Spring was fast on the hoof, and Grandpa was looking and sounding more like himself than he had since Christmas. The doctor had said he could step down to 1 breathing treatment a day, and as the snow melted and the weather became fair, we got about cleaning up the old vegetable garden so we could begin planting. Grandpa was all smiles as he set to work, hoeing up the earth and breaking up the old roots as he got ready to plant the veggies that would grace our table very soon. I was helping out too, stirring up just as much earth as Grandpa, and he laughed as I wiped a handkerchief across my brow and sighed. "What?" I asked, smiling despite myself. "You look like a real sod-buster, kid." He gave a sigh of his own, taking a seat on a nearby stump as he surveyed the little garden spot. "I always love spring in the mountains. The growing time always makes me glad I found my way back here." As he said it, I realized I'd been thinking of something for a while, but hadn't vocalized it till just this minute. "So how was it that you came to be back in Georgia?" Grandpa gave me a funny look. "What you mean, boy?" "I mean, you seem to have built a pretty comfortable life for yourself in Alaska. You had a steady gal, a job, friends who treated you like family, and a lot going for you there. Why come back? Why not just live there?" Grandpa looked thoughtful for a moment, sipping his tea and seeming to think about the question. "Well, I suppose it all came back to your great-grandmother." I nodded, thinking this made a lot of sense. "They got to missing their baby boy, huh?" Grandpa got a faraway look as he put the cup down, looking at the swirl of the old soil as he considered his answer. "Nope. Your great-grandpa was the real reason I came back, I suppose. He wasn't doing too good, and one day your great-grandma told me exactly how bad it was. I had just come back after a long day of driving truck and delivering building supplies when John told me my mother had called while I was out. It wasn't uncommon to get a call from your great-grandma. She was curious about my courtship of your grandmother and how my life was going up in the frozen north, but to call several times in one day wasn't quite so common. It was expensive to call in those days, and I knew that something had to be going on. When she picked up on the first ring, my fears were established. 'It's your dad,' she said, not even waiting or needing to wait to see who it was. 'He's in a bad way.' My dad, your great-grandpa, had been a sometimes farmer and a lifetime logger. We hardly had enough land to make farming something to pay the bills with, so Dad worked in the woods most of the year to pay the bills and keep the loan office off our backs. He'd been in the woods with his logging company when a tree had struck him. The kid who had felled it was new and hadn't called it quite quick enough. Dad, unfortunately, had paid the consequences. It broke both his legs, but there was speculation that he might be paralyzed as well. They wouldn't have worried if he'd been screaming about those broken bones, but the fact that he couldn't feel them made them really worried. I know you're making your own way up there, but we really need you at home right now. Your father won't be able to work for the foreseeable future, and I can't do it on my own." So I hung up the phone and figured I had a big decision to make. John must have seen that on my face, because he took me out to the porch and handed me a beer and asked me what was going on. 15 minutes later, he said it sounded like I only had 2 real options. You either go home and help your family, or you stay here and forget them. I blew out a sigh. That's some pretty stark decision-making, John. Stark or not, that is the decision you have to make. He was right, of course. My Mother hadn't told me I had to come home, and even if she had, I was no child to be called home by my mother's insistence. I was a grown man, free to make my own decisions. But as I lay in bed that night and thought about my old dad dying in his current state, I knew I had a certain amount of responsibility to my parents and my family. Speaking of family, I had something else to ask someone, something I'd been getting ready to ask for a while. When a familiar knock roused me at the crack of dawn, however, I knew I had left someone out of my equation. I opened the door to find Nat smiling at me as he leaned on his walking stick. I know I tell these stories like there's an order to them, but in actuality, I'd been studying with Nat for about 2 years. I'd learned a lot, really grown into my power, and I felt ready for things I might encounter back in Appalachia. John said he had never seen his uncle stay in their town for longer than a few months, and he thought having a student might be a reason behind it. I felt you thinking loud enough to wake the dead last night, Grasshopper. What's got you so riled up? We sat on the porch drinking coffee as I explained it all to him. Nat listened, smiling as he drank his coffee black, but he seemed to be staring off into the middle distance. He didn't seem unhappy with the prospect of me leaving, but I wondered if the twinkle in his eye was something a little more sentimental than he let on. Poor timing, Grasshopper. I was just trying to figure out how to ask if you were ready to travel with me. Not that I need some nosy tenderfoot yapping in my ear every step of the way, but a good strong apprentice, like yourself, would be useful on the trail. Regardless of your answer, I've stayed here too long. I need to leave at the end of the week, shake my roots off a bit, and I'd love for you to go with me. I started to say something, but he put a hand up to stop me. I realize that you have a life here, however, and the nomad lifestyle may not be for you. Take it as providence, kid. You've learned plenty from me, things I've never taught anybody, and I think now that it might be time to part ways. Maybe someday you'll meet someone to teach as I've taught you. Seems to me that the power knows when it's time to pass it on. And that night, it was sure that it was your time to learn. I thanked him for all he had taught me, and he hugged me before hobbling back off into the woods. I never saw Nat again, but his presence never quite left me. After that, I needed to go talk to Dwayne. I knew I was stalling, afraid of what your grandmother might say when I went to ask her, but I justified it as getting my business done in town first. Some of that business would be done at Dolly's pawn shop in Wellerbrook, but a lot of that would depend on how things went with Dwayne. He'd be sad to lose me. I was one of his best drivers, but it was unavoidable. He was waiting for me when I arrived, and it was pretty clear that John had called him and spilled the beans. I understand you need to talk about something kinda important. He offered me a beer, and I took a seat to fill him in. He understood, but still wasn't overly pleased about it. To my surprise, he reached into his pocket and handed me a check. "This is yours. I want you to know how much you helped me grow my business. It's weird to think how we started out with a couple of trucks and a contract with the dairy and Mesa Construction. You've been instrumental in making this place profitable, and I'm going to miss having you around." The check was for $500, a small fortune in those days, and When I asked what it was for, Dwayne told me it was my share of the company. After you made it a whole year, I started putting a little aside for you. You and John are as good as founding members, and I feel like you deserve a stake in the company. I thanked him for his generosity, and we exchanged handshakes before I rode off into the sunset. When Dwayne's son finally sold the company in 1995, John told me that he sent him a check for close to $5,000. He had invested when it was still small, giving Dwayne about $800 to get him going, and he got it back in spades. John's kids enjoyed it, I reckon, because he died a year later. He was 68, I suppose. It's a damn shame. Hit his wife awful hard. She lived for another, 20 years before she passed, and I used to get a Christmas card from her every year. Dwayne had passed long before that, back in 75, but his son was a good businessman, and the trucking company had thrived. They were early ice road truckers, or so John claimed, and I was glad to hear they were doing fine. With that, I stopped at the bank and closed my account, and then went to Dolly's and got the other part of my business. With $500 extra in hand, I could afford to be generous. When I rode out of town, I was pretty well ready for what was to come. I had to sit down outside the diner for a little while, had to work up my courage before I went in. She was on shift, but she took one look at me and asked her boss if she could take a little break. "Better make it a long one, darling. I need to talk to you about something important." She told me a year or so after the fact that she believed I'd come to break up with her, and when I told her that I had to go back to Georgia, she was sure of it. Well, I won't pretend I didn't see it coming. It was a sweet time, but I can't ask you to choose between me and your father. Long distance never works, especially not this kind of distance, so it might be best if we just... She turned around and gaped as I took a knee in the snow and held out the ring I'd gotten for her from Dolly's. The pawn shop was no fine jeweler, but the ring they had was pretty good. I had found something pretty, not too gaudy, and she covered her mouth when I presented it to her. "I don't want to choose. Melinda Rachel Drainer, will you marry me, be my wife, and come home with me to start our life together?" She never hesitated. She wore that ring right up until the day she died, and only took it off to give it to me on her deathbed. "We need to talk to my parents," she told me, "but yes, I will marry you, Jacob Reese." We kissed right there in the snow, and she went in to give her boss the bad news. Next stop was to talk to the soon-to-be in-laws. Her parents were surprisingly supportive of her decision. Her father and I had met many times, and he liked me more than a little. Her mother and I had met often, and she had always given me her blessing to marry her daughter. They said they would be sad to see her go, but they wished us luck and even chipped in a little for a wedding present. "Dowries are a little out of style, but I figure it's the least we can do to help you start your new life," her father had said. By the end of the week, she and I were packed, and I stood on the porch of the house I knew I would never see again, and said my goodbyes to John's family. His father wished me well, saying there would be a place here for me if I ever came back. His siblings thanked me for helping them, and his sister Alla gave me some books on folklore to take with me. "I've seen you eyeing them," she said with a wink. "Take them as something to remember us by." After 100 hugs and handshakes, your grandma and I piled into John's old Jeep, and off we went for the airport. I say airport, but that really is too grand a term. It was a puddle jumper launching that would take us to California, where we could get something a little bigger, to Atlanta. There, we would have to make our way back on our own, but I had funds to pick up something cheap to get us there. That was an interesting trip, though ultimately unremarkable. We said our goodbyes to John at the airport, mine a little more tearful than hers. I had rarely embraced another man before that, but when John hugged me, it felt right. "You're my brother, Jack," John said in my ear, the smell of his aftershave, a memory I'll carry forever. "No matter where you go, just know that your family will be with you. It's been an honor to know you." "All right," I told him as we stepped away from each other. "I should hope so," he said. He stayed until our plane pulled away, and that's how I remember him, standing tall by the tarmac as his hair blew in the manufactured breeze. That was the last time I saw Alaska, outside of my dreams at least. Grandpa looked wistfully at the sun as it set behind the trees. "I did right, and called once the telephone lines got a little more stable up there. Before he died, I was calling him at least once a week, and I think that's why we stayed close. He could never afford to fly out to see me, and I was never able to justify the cost of flying to see him. Time passed, but we never lost contact until time severed our friendship. I wish I could have gone to his funeral. Wish I could have seen his children. Of all the things I regret, that's probably the one that hurts the most." We didn't say much after that. We just sat and watched the day pass as Grandpa visited with his ghosts. I was just starting to nod off when I saw the sign for the Jet Set Motel. We were nowhere near an airport, and I couldn't imagine a lot of jet setting taking place off a lonely strip of highway like this. But beggars couldn't be choosers. From the passenger seat, the TV looked at me accusingly, and I tried to keep my eyes off of it. The last thing I needed was to pass out or focus too long on what definitely couldn't be in the glass bowl of the set and get plowed into by a semi. I had just dropped quite a lot of money for a momentary glimpse of a woman I had never met, and now I had more questions than answers. She had said that only those who had accepted the bright could find the place, but that those who wanted something could also discover the farm. I did want something, but finding it that way seemed like exactly how she had become trapped there. I didn't want to be a permanent resident of the farm, and I was honestly just hoping to leave with my mom if, or when, I could convince her to leave with me. Seemed more likely that I'd be another case of cult indoctrination. I glanced to the side again, the reflection of the glass making me think that something was going on within that dusty ball. It almost seemed like sometimes there was something more than dust in that glass eye, but I was plowing up the 4-lane interstate without much ability to stare at it too often. It almost seemed like something was peeking from within that space, but that shouldn't have been possible with the outlet unplugged. It should have been impossible after it was smashed too, but I don't want to consider that too much. It started raining just as darkness fell, and the gentle patter was making it even harder to stay awake. When the sign for the Jet Set Motel appeared like a beacon on the horizon, I suddenly didn't care how many stains it had in the room, or how many bedbugs were in the mattress. It was either stay there, or stop in the parking lot and ask if I could nap in my truck, 'cause I was spent. I pulled in, seeing the sign for free HBO and continental breakfast, and feeling hopeful. Stumbling in out of the rain, however, My spirits were dampened as I saw the owner. He reminded me a lot of the guy who owned the video store, though I doubted I would get the same level of understanding from this one. He was bald, his neck looking like it was slowly overtaking his ears, and his pudgy little eyes looked at me with real interest. I made a mental note to put the chain on the door, if there was one, and put a chair under it if there wasn't. "Good evening. How can I help you?" he said, turning away from whatever sitcom he'd been watching on his little TV. "I just need a room for the night," I told him, watching him roll ponderously to the little chart by the desk. There were 8 different rooms, each of them represented by a box on the laminated placemat that represented the layout. 2 of them were X'd out, but most of them were free. He poked his tongue out between his teeth as he looked at it, finally tapping the closest one to the check-in hut. "I can give you this one. It's the closest walk through the rain." Something told me I didn't want to be any closer to this building than I could help, and I asked if 8 was available. Through some stroke of foresight, I'd parked down by 7, and I could argue it was closer to my vehicle. He nodded with no real enthusiasm and said that he could rent me that one for $50 a night. Seemed a little steep for a rat trap motel off the interstate, but I could afford it. I paid him cash, declined a wake-up call so I wouldn't miss the continental breakfast, and went back out to get my duffel bag, moved into room 8. I stood in the steadily increasing rain for a few seconds and looked at the little TV before deciding to grab it as well. I couldn't have told you why I brought it, but in the end, I suppose it was for the better. The room was surprisingly nice for a side-of-the-road pit stop. There were 2 beds, a bathroom with a tub, shower, a vanity with a coffee maker, a couple of chairs around a small table, and a little chest of drawers with a much larger TV on it. I set my duffel bag into the chest of drawers, which was pretty deep, and set my little black and white set next to its larger cousin. I was glad to see that the door had a flipper lock, but I still pushed one of the chairs under the knob, just to be sure. After I was satisfied that the room was as secure as I could make it, I went and took the longest, hottest shower I had taken in quite some time. I put on my sleep shorts and oversized t-shirt and lay on the bed as my wet hair made a little spot on the comforter. The ceiling was unremarkable popcorn, but as I looked for patterns amidst the random dots, I felt the tears I'd been holding in begin to seep out. I'd seen her. I'd seen my mom, and she had as good as brushed me off. She could have told me how to find her. She could have told me where to go, but she had needed to discuss it with the elders. Why would she need to discuss it with anybody? Why couldn't she just tell me? I'd waited for years and years to see her, but it seemed it had been a one-sided want. As I curled into a ball, I heard the thunder rumble outside, and suddenly I felt very tired. I was tired of searching, I was tired of hoping, and mostly I was just tired in general. I must have fallen asleep as I lay there, because when I woke up in the night, the lights were off, and I was lying in the dark. The thunder was roaring outside, and the lightning cut the sky as it lit the curtains I had pulled earlier. I was afraid for a moment that I would see strange eyes glowing in the corner, my admirer from the front desk having come to pay me a visit. But the only glow was from the curtain when the lightning flashed outside. I lay back down on my side, preparing to fall back asleep, when a sudden glow from the TV cast my face in a fine snow. I looked up from my funk, seeing not the big TV coming slowly to life, but the small black and white set that I had brought with me. I hadn't plugged it in, simply set it down on the chest of drawers next to the other one. But as the snow and static filled the room, I couldn't pretend that it was some optical illusion or trick of the light. The salt and pepper static put the room in an eerie, dancing phantasm, and as the snow began to form a picture, I already knew where I would be transported to. The intro music replaced the harsh static sound, and as the picture came into view, I saw the traveling animation for the familiar farming community. The wooden buildings, the dirt path, the quaint general store that swam into view, all made me feel very nostalgic. It was like coming home, but not a home you want to return to. It reminded me a lot of standing on the porch of the house that Dad and I had shared. It was familiar, it was comfortable, but it wasn't home. It was like standing outside a family crypt and wanting and not wanting to go inside and find your place. As the inside of that general store came into view, however, I saw it was not the grinning face of Miss Mary. It was the harried, but still familiar face of Brother Thomas. "We don't have a lot of time," he whispered, the music cutting out a little more suddenly than expected. "She'll be back any minute. Miss Mary is meeting with the elders to see if she can tell you how to find us. Most of them are of the opinion that she's becoming too attached to you and is looking for a way to bring you here so she can have the Bright and her family too. I think, however, that it might be good for her to see her baby girl again." I wasn't aware that I was doing it, but I was moving in a half crawl towards the edge of the bed. I was trying to get as close to the little TV as I dared, and apparently I dared much. I was leaning out over the gap formed by the chest of drawers in the bed, a gulf that my body seemed to be trying to bridge. If I leaned out any further, I would likely tumble onto the short carpet, but at that moment it was the farthest thing from my mind. "Look," he said, glancing around, "I could get in a lot of trouble for this, but I want to help you. Do you want that?" I started nodding as I leaned in closer, but I realized he might not be able to see me. "Yes," I half whispered, the screen about 5 feet from my face. He glanced around, checking to make sure the coast was still clear. "I can't tell you where to go, so don't ask. What I can tell you, however, is that you need to come to Tylerville. It's close, but not so close that they can say I gave you directions. If you're looking for the way, start with Tylerville." I heard something then, a bell ringing maybe, and he ducked behind the shelf as the camera followed him. "I don't have much time. If you want answers, then come to Tylerville. You're a smart girl. I know you'll find your way here." I heard footsteps then, the click of shoes coming closer, and he put a hand over his mouth. "Good luck," he whispered, and as someone asked what he was doing, the scene went black and the credits rolled. Just then, the biggest peal of lightning I had ever heard cracked the sky, and the TV went off with a loud snap. The lights flickered a few minutes later, and I was left looking into the dim glass eye as if it might hold more answers. It offered none, but I had somewhere to start. I googled Tylerville. It's a town in North Carolina, a town on the edge of a rather large farming community. I've never been there, never even heard of it, but I guess that's my next stop. I suppose I passed out again at some point because the next thing I knew, someone was pounding on the door and telling me that checkout was about an hour and a half ago, and unless I want to pay for another day, I needed to leave. I opened the door and told the fat man from the day before that I'd get my things and be gone in a few minutes. 10 minutes later, I was dressed and pulling out of the parking lot, the little TV in my passenger seat. Grandma picked up on the third ring, sounding out of breath as if she had run from the backyard. "I was getting worried about you. Did you find what you were looking for out there?" I told her I had, and then I explained what was going on. I told her where I was going and why I was going there, and she listened patiently enough. I loved my grandmother for that. It would have been very easy for her to tell me what to do, give me an earful about being reckless and foolish, but all she did was listen and then tell me to be careful. Sounds like quite an adventure. I won't tell you not to go, but I will tell you to be careful. Your father wouldn't want you to do anything that might get you hurt, but I know this is something you feel like you have to do. Don't do anything that's going to put you in danger. And call me if you need anything." I thanked her, and as she hung up, I saw the sign for Parker Trace and pulled into the exit. I need to get my bearings, and I need to get some breakfast. Sitting in the booth at Waffle House, I wrote this as I waited for my Grand Slam to get here. It was busy, so it took a while, and that gave me a while to get it all down. I don't know if this is the right choice. I don't even know if there is a right choice, but I know that Tylerville is my next destination, and I'm going there with no regrets. I'll check in when I have something else to report. Be safe out there, everyone. I drummed my fingers on the desk, watching the clock as it ticked closer and closer to time. 11:54, and still no Carl. I was worried maybe he had figured out what I was doing tonight, but I didn't see how. If he'd seen me on the cameras as I confronted the orderly, then he still wouldn't have known about the meeting. The cameras at our facility don't have sound. Most of them don't, and if he had seen me, all he would know was that I had interacted with him. The fact that I hadn't told him would likely make him curious, but I was afraid he'd be angry instead of simply unsure. Carl was on edge most of the time these days, and he seemed always on the verge of a mental breakdown. I checked the clock and blew out through my teeth when I saw that it was 11:58. I had wanted to get there before him, to be sure there wasn't some trap waiting for me, but I suppose he wasn't going to just appear there at midnight. If he was, I wanted to see that too, but I figured he would arrive as he usually did. I was a little nervous about meeting with the mysterious figure, but I had resolved to go. I didn't think he would hurt me. I was no longer sure he was hurting anyone anymore. But you never could tell with things from the spooky side of the tracks. I had written down some questions I wanted to ask him, but most of it would be just stuff off the cuff. The clock on the wall toned. Midnight. Still no Carl. I'd told him I needed to do something at midnight. I'd called to remind him, in fact, but I hadn't liked the way he had sounded when I called him at 9. His whole tone had changed when he picked up, and I didn't like the sound of him when he said that he would be there. I could be overthinking it. My nerves ratcheted up as I prepared with my meeting with the Red Clad Orderly. I heard the scuff of boots and looked up to see Carl coming into the reception area. It was 12:02, so he hadn't kept me waiting too long. "Sorry I'm late," he said, not sounding particularly sorry at all. "Had something I had to take care of." "No problem," I told him, getting up as I signed out so he could have the computer. "I might be a few minutes today, but I'll keep my ears out for code blues." "Yeah, we wouldn't want something like yesterday to happen again," he said, his life sounding a little strained. I laughed too, my own problem sounding just as bad, and as I went to leave, he called my name and I stopped. "You aren't planning to do something I should know about, are you?" My skin prickled a little. There was no way that he could know about my meeting. It had to be a guess or something, but the way he said it made me wonder if I was doing something wrong. Maybe I should tell him what I was going to do. Maybe I should take him with me so he could get the answers he wanted too. I didn't know, but I knew the orderly hadn't killed that woman last night. She had died, but he hadn't been the cause of it. That made me question what Carl claimed to know. I needed answers before I told him what I knew. The only way to get them was to meet with the orderly. "No, Carl, I'm just going on break." He was quiet for a moment, and I glanced at the clock and saw it was pushing towards 12:04. How long would he actually wait? "Okay then, have a good break," he said, turning back to fiddle with the computer. I made my way up the hall before I could second-guess myself. The cafeteria was shadowy, as it usually was after hours, but the lights in the dining room were on in case people wanted somewhere to eat at night. The serving area was dark, the steel gleaming mutely, and it gave me the creeps, as it always did. I scanned the sitting area, almost missing him at first, and when I noticed him sitting in the corner, I jumped a little despite myself. He was sitting in a shadowy alcove, a cup of coffee in front of him, steam gliding up into his face, and when I came in, he looked up and smiled wetly at me. That gave me a whole new shudder, but I tried to hide it as I came in. Like I said last time, I can't really remember what the guy looked like. Anytime I try, my head hurts, and I end up describing the things I can recall. He's pale, he's bald, he's got crystal blue eyes that seem unnaturally bright, and he looks thick through the body. I'm sure he has facial features, but they refuse to stay in my mind for very long. He was sitting in the corner, the shadows gathering around him like a cloak, and it was the hardest thing I'd ever done to take my seat in front of him. "You're late," he said, not bothering to look at the clock. "Sorry, I had to wait for my relief to get there." He shrugged. "It's your time." We sat in silence for a moment, me trying to figure out what to say before just blurting out the first thing that came to mind. "What are you? How did you come to be here?" He laughed. "Straight to the point. I like that. The word for what I am is something that your kind cannot understand, but I suppose you would call us guides. We are in all cultures, all civilizations, and we have gone by many names throughout the years. We've existed since the start of humanity, and we will be here when it takes its final, gasping breath." "What is it that you guide?" I asked, believing I knew the answer, but wanting him to say it. "Souls," he said, "or what you think of as a soul. When someone's body dies, the soul is released. When this happens, they're often scared or confused. The guides will come to take them to the next stage of life." I nodded, exactly as I'd thought. "Do you act as a guide for all the spirits here?" "I try. We usually know when a person will die with some degree of accuracy. Some go sooner, some linger longer. Some are snatched from their bodies so violently that they have a hard time accepting it. I try my best to lead them to the other side, but not all of them go." I thought about the girl that still jumped from the balcony over by the new wing and nodded again. "So the ones who don't go, what happens to them?" He smiled, and the effect was very unsettling. "I think you know. You're the one who's been cataloging all the anomalies in this hospital, haven't you?" That surprised me. It seemed everyone knew about my little project. "So then, why don't you take the ghosts that are already here? There are so many of them. They're tired and angry and just looking for escape. Why not take them to something better?" He shook his smooth head. "You speak as if I haven't tried. The bent lady, the jumping girl, the whispering ghost on the third floor, even the mysterious tapper in the morgue are all spirits I've tried to bring to the hereafter. The angrier they are, the more confused they are, the harder it is to convince them to go. Then, of course, there are other forces at work here, too." "Forces? What other forces?" I asked, sitting forward a little. He sipped at his coffee, looking a little unsure of whether or not to continue. What could possibly be here that was scarier than someone who led the dead? "What do you know about the history of this hospital? For that matter, what do you know about the history of this town?" It was my turn to be cagey. "I mean, I know about the founding, and I Know about the early days at the hospital. He smiled, steepling his fingers, and gave me much too much of his attention. Did you know, before this was a town of more than a few farms and a dirt road, there was a sanitarium here? I hadn't. Like a tuberculosis clinic? Yes. I was the guide responsible for that dreary place, too. The dead were much more willing to come with me when the alternative was staying in those less than peaceful halls. The man who'd bought it thought the woodland scenery and the clean air would be good for people, but very few ever saw much help here. It wasn't the staff's fault. Not really. The land here is blighted, you see. It gets into people's heads and often brings out their darker nature. It's been the site of many terrible things throughout its life, not to mention being in proximity to the prison that sits in those same woods. This is not a nice place, and that energy sometimes shackles people here, makes the barrier between the here and the hereafter very thin. Are you saying that Kashmir is some kind of supernatural hotspot? He nodded. And always has been. You sit in the middle of a nexus, though you do not know it. Powerful entities control this place, this whole area, and they likely walk amongst you all every day without you being the wiser. One of them doesn't even know his power yet, and if he ever found out, Kashmir, Stragview, the gardens, this hospital, and your very existence would cease. I wasn't sure I believed him. This was all a lot to take at face value, but I sensed no lie in him. He believed what he was saying, and that was the scariest part of all. I fear your time might be growing short, and I really must get back to work. Were there any other pressing matters you wanted to ask? My head was still reeling, but I remembered one thing I had made sure to write down. The stairwell. What happens in there? Why do you always come out of it, or some other door? He grinned. The doors. The stairwell has little to do with it, but I do seem to come out of it the most. The doors in this hospital don't always go where they're supposed to go. I think you know that already, though. Sometimes they open onto places beyond the barrier. Sometimes they let things in that would be better kept out. Your friend, the handyman, found this out too, I believe. Others have discovered this as well. Some of them don't come back to tell of it either. The doors are how we get in and out of your world, how I move within the hospital. But we have other ways too. Don't worry. I glanced at the clock and was shocked to find that it was nearly 1 o'clock. Carl would be furious by now, my breaks usually taking less than a half hour, and I got up and thanked the man for meeting with me. It was nice to get to talk to someone who hasn't died yet. If your current job ever seems dull, you should look into being a guide yourself. I imagine it's something you'd be quite good at, though the hours are long and the pay is far from good. We were walking towards the door, me back to my station and he back to whatever work he had to do tonight, when the doors to the cafeteria were suddenly and loudly kicked open. Carl came in, the revolver he wore leading the way, and he told both of us to stop right where we were. I didn't want to believe it, but I knew something was going on. Don't you move a muscle, he said, swinging the barrel at me as I started to try to explain. You two have some questions to answer, and for your sake, you better hope I like the answers. It all started with a trip to the bar. Some friends had invited me out after work for drinks. Given that we all work at the steel mill in this 2-stoplight rural town, that meant we were going to Dusty's. Dusty's is what's colloquially called a dive bar, but it's the only bar we have in town. It's a little roadhouse where you can drink watered-down beer, listen to country music, put some money in the jukebox, play some pool, or hit on the 7 or 8 half-dead barflies that are there every night. If you go to Dusty's for the atmosphere, then you're going to be disappointed. Most of us went there to watch the guys who worked for the town's only other reliable business, the logging company, drink too much and get in fights with people that are unprepared to stand toe-to-toe with them. That night in question was what you would call a slow night. I'd had about 3 pitchers of cheap beer, and the only fight we had seen was when someone's wife came in to drag him away from whatever tart he was talking to by the stage. Neither of them had been particularly skillful brawlers, and when they finally decided to just beat the crap out of her husband and drag him out of the parking lot, I told the guys I was going to turn in early. It was creeping up on midnight, and the bar was deader than usual. Dude, no way you're going to get a cab this late at night. You might as well stick around. Why wouldn't I be able to get a cab? Sandy's runs till 3 in the morning most nights. Charlie, the guy who had told me I wouldn't get a cab, leaned back on his stool so he could look at me. My cousin Dwayne says the cabs won't come out this far after 10 o'clock. They've been having trouble with people going missing. I rolled my eyes, walking my stool back so I didn't fall off of it. I was drunker than I thought I had been, and I didn't want to fall over in front of my friends. Yeah, I've been hearing those stories since I was a kid. Tell your cousin not to believe everything he reads on the internet. I took a staggering step towards the door, catching the bar with my hand as the room spun a little. Nah, Charlie protested. This is pretty recent. They say that the cabs have been arriving to pick up fares, but when they get there, no one is waiting. It's a big mystery, and no one's really sure what to think of it. I scoffed at him, not really in the mood for any of that. I staggered out of Dusty's, taking out my cell phone as I tried to Google the number for Sandy's. I'd used it often enough that you'd think I could remember it, but in my current state, I couldn't remember much of anything. After 2 or 3 failed attempts, I managed to get the number in and got the receptionist after 3 long rings. Sandy's Cabs, how can I help you? Yeah, I need to get a cab from Dusty's bar. I'd heard the clicking of keys on the other end of the phone, but when she learned my location, she seemed to change her mind. I'm sorry, sir, we don't pick up from Dusty's anymore. I glowered at the phone, not quite sure I had heard her right. What kind of small-town cab company doesn't pick up from the biggest bar in town? How come? I asked. It was deemed too detrimental to our clients. I guess Charlie had been right. Okay, well, where can I catch a cab? There was some furious clicking, and when she came back, she almost seemed to be whispering, as if something might hear her. There's a bus stop down by Richmond. The company has said that it's the closest to Dusty's that will pick up clients. Richmond? It's almost 5 blocks from here. Sorry, sir. If you want a cab, then that's where you'll have to go. I considered just going back inside to wait for the others, but decided I was ready to leave. A walk would probably do me some good anyway. Fine. I'll meet them there in 30 minutes. The dispatcher said that she would dispatch a cab, and then promptly hung up on me. With that out of the way, I began my walk along the shoulder of the rural road. Fortunately, the weather was pretty good for early June. The pine trees on the left side of the road, the side I was walking on, made a skittering sound in the wind, and it sent a chill down my spine. The thick swab of pulpwood trees seemed to stretch on for miles, and the farther I walked, the more it felt like something was watching me. It was little more than a tickle on the side of my face, the slight attention of something that I couldn't really see, but the farther I went, the more the regard rankled me. I tried to brush it off, telling myself I was just feeling creeped out after a long walk in the middle of the night, but I heard the pine needles crunching lightly beneath something, and decided to speed up. I tried to convince myself it was just a deer or a fox that I had disturbed up, and it would leave off after it got a sniff of me. They were more afraid of me than I was of them, and once they realized it, they'd take off. The farther I walked, though, the more I thought about the disappearance that Charlie had talked about. I wasn't much for news. I didn't even have a cable subscription, but I was shocked that I hadn't heard anything about these kidnappings or whatever they were. The thought that there might be something watching me from the woods with intentions of making me its next victim made me speed up a little more. I had to stop myself from running as I ate up the road. What would I do when I got to the bus stop if there was no cab there? Would I really be able to just sit in the terminal and wait while whatever was out there kept watching me? I shook the feeling off, feeling silly. It's just a raccoon or a possum or something. Just because it seemed to be going in the same direction I was didn't necessarily mean it had ill intentions. I tried to ignore the soft sound of indignant pine needles as they broke underfoot, but the farther we went, the harder it became. It was just an animal, I told myself. I had just disturbed it in whatever had brought it out tonight, and now it was curious of me. It would go on its way soon. It would leave me alone if I just ignored it. I kept telling myself that, but the further I went, the harder it was to believe. It seemed to be stalking me from beyond the dark forest, a predator intent on man-flesh. It looked like some kind of hunting cat, its head boxy and its body sleek and long. It slunk quietly along behind me, plotting its attack as it prepared to spring. That was stupid, I told myself. There was nothing there. I was just making myself paranoid. I was imagining the sound of large, flat paws on pine falls. I was creating the slightly elevated breathing of the animal. If I turned now, I wouldn't see anything but the shadows and the pine trees. I tried to make my head turn, but my neck seemed unwilling. I remembered something that my grandma had said once when I was a kid, and her voice rustled through my mind like a ghost. Some things don't like being seen, and when you see them, you can't take it back. When I saw the lights of the bus stop, I almost broke into a run. I made myself walk, however, because things like that love to chase, too. As I got closer to the bus stop, I became aware of someone sitting in the lighted shell. As I got closer, I could see it was a woman, her head down and her body abnormally still. I wanted to call out to her to warn her about the thing that was following me, but as I moved closer to the stop, I realized it had broken off its chase at some point. I breathed a sigh of relief, laughing at myself for psyching myself up. It had all been in my head after all, and I had never really been in any danger. As I came into the light of the bus stop, I almost laughed, my smile hard to hide. "Something funny?" asked the woman, lifting her head to look at me. My smile soured a little. Her voice sounded strange in the bus shell, and I worried that I might have offended her. "No, it's just I was worried about something, and it appears to have all been in my head. I was mostly laughing at myself for being foolish." I realized now that I was here that she was sitting with her knees against her face, and she had leaned her head against her knees as she turned to look at me. She was a stringy thing, older teens or early 20s, and her hair looked oily as it hung about her face like filthy drapes in a rundown trailer. She was dressed in something that had once been a sack or maybe curtains, and I wondered if she might be homeless. Worst of all, she had a smell about her, a smell that was not altogether pleasant, a smell that reminded me of my grandfather's smokehouse after hunting season, of the remains of animals left behind that smokehouse. "What was it?" she asked, her teeth looking too big in her mouth as she smiled. I was afraid of being stalked by some kind of hunting cat," I said, surprising myself by speaking at all. "A cat? In this part of the world?" She scooted a little closer to me, a minute movement, but too much for me. This part of the world is more accustomed to bears, I hear," she said. As she scooted this time, I scooted away. Like I said, it was just a feeling. "What kind of feeling?" she asked, scooting again, though I couldn't figure out how. Her arms were around her legs, her knees against her cheek, and she seemed to have no means of scooting at all. It was, I stuttered, my mouth suddenly very dry. It was like being Red Riding Hood while the wolf stalked her. At that moment, I was as sober as I had ever been. Between the creature and the girl, all the drink had been burned out of me, and I suddenly wondered if the creature might have left because it smelled her. Her smile threatened to cut her cheeks. I imagine that was exhilarating. Did you enjoy feeling like the prey for once? Did your blood demand that you run, but your mind insisted that walking would be safer? Did you know how much I wanted to chase you? My heart was pounding, loud enough for me to hear it. She had just admitted to being the one that was stalking me. She couldn't have been the thing in the woods. There was no way. She had been here when I arrived. There was no way she could have dogged my heels through the woods and then gotten here before me. It was impossible. My brain told me these things, but I found it harder and harder to believe as she slowly backed me into the side of the bus shell. I wanted to run, but I knew that was what she wanted too. You thought you'd be safe once you made it to the light, didn't you, manling? Little did you know that monsters don't always shrivel in the light. She was very close now, her legs coming down as she unfurled herself. She was bigger than I had thought, her body thin and long as she pulled herself onto the bench. She was on all fours, that grin very disconcerting as it came closer. She was feral looking, some wild woman from the depths of a dark jungle. As she prepared to spring, I saw a pair of headlights pin her to the spot as they approached us. I did run then. I ran from the bench and threw myself into the cab, telling the man to drive before the door was even shut. He looked confused, turning back to the girl as if to ask if she needed a ride too, but his confusion didn't last. The color drained from his face as he got a look at her, and he yelled for me to close the door. He pulled off with a squeal of tires, and we both watched the woman as we drove away, her smiling face getting smaller as she watched us. I leaned against the seat, panting as I tried to control my galloping heart. He had to try a couple of times before I could hear him over the blood pounding in my ears, and when I finally made sense of it, we were turning around to get back on the route. You got very lucky, fella. More lucky than you know. I asked him why I thought so, and he told me a story I'll never forget. A couple of nights ago, I got a call to that same bus stop to pick up a fare. Dispatch said he sounded weird when he called, like he'd been running, but his car had broke down near the stop, so he figured he had just been pissed off about his luck. I pulled up about 20 minutes later and found not a middle-aged man fuming over his car, but that same girl with the Cheshire Cat grin on her face. She looked up at me as I came to stop, and I just knew that if I got out of my cab, they'd never find me again. The area near Dusty's is supposed to be off limits, and after tonight, I don't think Sandy's will be picking up out here until the situation changes. I've been sitting in my living room, hands shaking as I write this, but unsure of what to do now. I called Charlie before I got into my apartment, but I don't think they really believed me. Charlie was pretty drunk and sounded like he thought I was making fun of him. I hope they make it home safe, but it's that dangerous smile that I can't get out of my mind. She's out there somewhere, waiting for her next victim, and I feel very fortunate to be able to tell you my story and not be a squib in tomorrow's paper. I just need to forget it. Then everyone will be safe. Dr. Winters raised an eyebrow at the kid who'd come tearing in here like the world was on fire. She didn't get kids very often. It was usually just adults that wanted her help. She had certainly never gotten an unaccompanied child in here in the whole time she'd been open, and Juliet looked fairly frazzled when she had called Pamela out to help her with the babbling middle schooler. Dr. Winter had been prepared to send the kid on his way, maybe even call his parents if he was someone she knew from town. But one look at the kid had shown her that he needed a little bit more than directions. "What is it you think is after you, Mr. Sid?" the kid said. It's hard to explain. My friend Ralphie and I never meant to hurt anybody. We were tired of Danny always having the good stories. We wanted some stories that would make people scared, but we took it a little too far." The cup in his hand shook fitfully, and Pamela was a little afraid he was going to spill tea on the carpet. As he took a sip, she was glad to see that some of the shakes erased in his hands. "Why don't you start from the beginning? I find it always helps to start from the beginning." Sid nodded. I guess it all started in the gym equipment room. It all started with Danny and his scary stories. Marky banged on the door, his eyes beginning to tear up as he called for help. He'd gone into the equipment shed looking for answers, and what he found scared him nearly to death. As he banged on the door, he could hear the creature pulling itself free of the wall behind him. The massive paws came to rest on the ground, the claws clittering on the pavement, and he could almost feel the rumbles as the beast came for him. I put a hand over my mouth to stifle a gasp, but Terrence didn't seem to have any such hesitation. He moaned like a trained mourner in a soap opera, and Ralphie slapped a hand over his gaping mouth as he leaned forward in expectation. Danny had us all in the grip of his story, and he knew it. He continued to weave his tale as I tempered my excitement with the reminder to listen for the approach of Coach Tyson. The handle, which had been unlocked when Marky came in, was as unyielding as the walls around him, and as the beast came closer and closer, Marky felt terror growing inside him, threatening to overtake him. I perked up my ears, having heard a noise from this side of the veil. Was it Coach Tyson looking for 4 missing students? Was it Coach Leanna coming to get something from the equipment shed? Was it a monster like the one in Danny's story that was stalking us from amidst the dusty football pads? Who could say? The monster leaned down over him, its breath hot against his ear as it spoke. "I told you what would happen if I caught you in my lair again. Now I'm prepared to make good on that promise." Something wet fell onto Marky's shoulder, the spittle dribbling down as it prepared to rip his head off. We were all leaning in, our heads close enough to be clonked together like the Three Stooges, just waiting for the thrust. When the door opened suddenly, Marky fell into the hallway. Coach Blashkowitz looked shocked, and Marky crawled behind his legs as he looked into the equipment room, the creature nowhere to be seen. As if on cue, the door came open, and Coach Tyson poked his head in with a dramatic, "Aha!" He acted like he had caught 4 weasels in his hen house, but he couldn't have been that surprised to find us there. We met here in the equipment shed every chance we got, and we were constantly ditching gym class to tell spooky stories. "I thought I'd find you 4 in here. If you intend to finish your mile in the allotted time, you better hurry. There's 20 minutes left in class, and I think it's going to take every bit for you guys to get to the finish line on time." I squinted owlishly as I came out, the sun very bright after being in the depths of the equipment shed. I rolled my eyes as I saw Justin and his friends, Ryan and Frank, sitting on the grass by the finish line. Coach Tyson probably hadn't even noticed we were missing until those 3 had finished their laps, and now we had less than 20 minutes to run a mile. Coach shouted for us to get a move on. So we got a move on and started beating feet. As we ran, I asked Danny if he had meant for the coach to burst in his story too. Absolutely. You didn't really think I was going to let the monster get Marky, did you? I had, but I didn't say as much. Sucks he found us. I had a great story planned for today too. Danny laughed and made me feel a little angry. What's so funny? Nothing personal, but your stories kind of blow. I slowed a little, not quite wanting to understand him, before speeding up to catch up with the group. What do you mean? My stories are as good as yours. They weren't, and I knew they weren't, but my pride was hurt, and I wanted to vent. Danny looked like he was going to answer, but Terrence beat him to it. No way, dude. Danny's stories are the best. Your stories sound like something that wouldn't make it on a creepypasta website. It wasn't what Terrence said that got me. He was too stupid to chew gum and walk, but it was the little nod that Danny gave in return that really rankled me. I was still thinking about it as Ralphie and I rode the bus on the way home, Ralphie trying to cheer me up. Come on, buck up. Danny isn't such hot crap. Stupid Danny, I groused, doodling on my pad as I sulked. Thinks he's such hot crap just because he's in Mrs. Herkimer's creative writing class, just because Mrs. Herkimer invited him to the 8th grade writing club after school. I can write just as good as he can. Ralphie was watching me doodle over my shoulder, and he raised an eyebrow as the picture took shape. Who's this fella you're drawing here? I looked down, not paying attention to what I was doodling, and I almost started. I'd drawn a large, muscled man, his face bulbous and ugly. One eye bulged from his skull, while the other seemed too deep in the socket. His cheeks were puffed out like a chipmunk, holding nuts for the winter. He had a hump, one shoulder higher than the other, and his arms ended not in hands, but in rounded tumors that had scabrous bulges on them and looked to be trickling pus or something. He had no fingers, no knuckles, but those big, round bulges at the end of his arms. Billy, I said, absent-minded again, though it was from the shock of this creature. Billy? Ralphie asked, the bus jouncing him as it took off. Bily Gumballs, I said, drawing a pair of overalls onto him. I added large gum rubber boots without socks and a few more veins on his rounded knot hands. I drew an undershirt, but erased it. It didn't seem right, and it looked better without it. He was bullied in high school for being different, and they called him Bily Gumballs because his cheeks bulged like he was chewing too much gum. When he was snubbed by his crush for the school dance, he murdered the kids at the dance and disappeared before the police arrived. The school was abandoned after that, and now the local kids think the place is haunted. They're right, because Billy still lives there, and he kills anyone who comes into his school. Ralphie listened, nodding along as the story came together. The bus rumbled away from the school and towards our street. I told him how 4 middle school kids had gone into the old school on a dare, and how each of them had run afoul of Bily Gumballs. Only the last kid had survived, and Billy had let him go so he could tell his story, and people would be afraid of him. The kids died in the usual horror movie ways, but mostly they were crushed by the heavy tumor hands of Bily Gumballs. I illustrated some as I talked, and as the bus stopped at Ralphie's house, he smacked my arm and told me I'd written a real great story there. What story? I asked. All I'd been doing was doodling and talking. Your Bily Gumballs story, of course. You should tell it tomorrow. I bet Danny wouldn't say it blowed. I realized he was right, and what's more, I realized I could do one thing better than just tell it. As I got home, I lay on the couch and started drawing it out. I could make a horror comic out of it, something that even Danny couldn't do, and then I could impress him. That'd show Danny whose stories blow. I drew the last couple of panels as I lay in bed that night, and when I tucked it into my backpack, I couldn't wait for school the next day. I worked on the cover as I rode the bus that morning, and when I stepped off, I was excited to show it to Danny. I was so excited, I ran right into Ryan and Justin and Frank. "What you got there, nerd?" Justin said, seeing the hand-drawn comic under my arm. "Nothing," I said hastily, trying to get past the trio. Justin and his friends, aside from being good at gym, were pretty big bullies in my grade, and when Ryan deftly took the comic from under my arm, I cawed and told him to give it back. "Bily Gumballs," he said, tossing it to Justin as they played keep-away with it. "What the hell is this?" "It's a school project," I lied, trying to get it back from him. "Come on, give it back before you wreck it." Justin opened it, thumbing through the pages as he deftly avoided me. "Huh, not too bad. For a baby," he said, tearing one of the pages in half and letting it fall to the ground. You can probably guess what happened after that. By the time the bell rang, I was left on my knees in the hallway, trying not to cry as I salvaged the pages of the comic. It was ruined, wrecked beyond repair, and as I sat in homeroom and seethed, I knew just what I would do. I'd make another one, but instead of 4 friends going to find Billy, it'd be 4 bullies. I'm not sure why. There was no reason to do it, but as I remade the comic, Danny became the leader of the bullies. He hadn't done anything worse than offering honest criticism, but I couldn't help but think of him as responsible for this too. Without Danny, I would have never drawn the comic. Without Danny, it would never have existed to be destroyed in the first place. No one survived this time. They were all killed by Bily Gumballs, and as I finished the last page, I felt a weird surge course through the hairs on my arm. It reminded me of something my grandma had said. It reminded me of having a goose walk over my grave. When the bell rang, I found my friends by the stairwell, waiting for me before we went into English. Ralphie nudged Danny, who was standing off and looking guilty, and when he walked up, he rubbed the back of his neck as he apologized. I was sure that Ralphie had put him up to it, but the longer it went on, the more genuine it seemed. "I'm sorry. I didn't know what I said affected you like that. I really didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Ralphie said you've been working on something cool. I'd love to see it, if you want me to." I wanted to say something, but I was dumbstruck. Suddenly, the comic in my hand felt like an accusation, and the last thing I wanted to do was hand it to Danny. It's not quite done yet," I said, pushing it behind my back. "I don't want to show it to you until it's perfect." Danny nodded, clearly wanting to see, but still feeling guilty about what he had said the day before. "That's cool. I'd still be glad to look at it when it's done. Ralphie's been talking about this Bily Gumballs all through homeroom. He sounds pretty cool." I filled Danny in on some of the details, slipping the comic into my bag as we walked to class. I would redraw it later, I decided. I was a so-so storyteller, but I was good at drawing, and I knew I could make another one before the end of the day. I'd just draw Justin and his friends getting smashed up by Billy. That would be fine. Danny had apologized, but I was still mad at those bullies that had wrecked up my original comic. I doodled in English and did some more in math class. By social studies, I was getting close to completing it, and as the lunch bell rang, I put the finishing touches on it yet again. It was weird, though. When I got done, I didn't get that same feeling I'd gotten on the one I'd made earlier. This time it just felt normal, like it always did when I completed a drawing. I shook it off, figuring it was just nerves, and took it to the cafeteria to show my friends. We spent the lunch period marveling at the intricate ways that Bily Gumballs smashed and bashed the 3 boys who had made our lives a living hell since kindergarten. Danny laughed more than he looked afraid, but when he tapped the comic with the back of his hand and declared it to be the best story I'd ever written, I felt proud of myself. The guilt I had for the one that I had hidden in my backpack was gone, and I felt like maybe we could begin to get past it. When a scream erupted from the hallway outside the cafeteria, we all ran to see what had happened. It was Vanessa Franks, and she was pointing to the crumpled form of Justin's friend, Fred. He was leaning against one of the lockers, his head little more than a pulpy melon. We would learn later that his skull had been caved in, the bones shattered like an egg. Vanessa had been on her phone, not really paying attention to where she was going, and slipped in the pool of blood that had formed just beneath him. That was why she had been screaming. She had slipped and looked up into the ruined face of her classmate and nearly lost her mind. They came and took the body away, but all of us were in the gymnasium by that point. They had moved all the students there and locked the school down while they searched for the killer. They felt pretty confident that whoever had done it, they had to be in the building, and they would have enough blood on them that they would know what they had done. Beating Fred to death would have left quite a lot of damage to them as well, and the teachers and the police had interviewed most of the students to see if they could narrow down the suspects. My friends and I were chattering about the murder, but I was on pins and needles. They had forgotten about my comic, and thank God for that. The one they had seen, however, wasn't the one I was worried about. It was the comic in my bag that made me afraid. If the cops found that comic, I'd have a lot of questions to answer, and they would probably be answered in a little room at the police station. There was a picture in that comic of Fred with his head smashed against a locker, and it looked very similar to the scene upstairs. Fred had been the first victim, and when Justin turned to Danny to ask what they were going to do now, Danny had told them that they would find who had done this and put him down like a dog. "It's weird, isn't it?" Ralphie said, bringing me out of my contemplation. "What's weird?" "You drew a comic about those bullies getting killed, and then one of them got his head caved in." I agreed it was pretty weird, reflecting that I was glad the one I had shown them had featured Fred getting thrown down the stairs. "You..." Ralphie started, wetting his lips as if not sure how to begin. "You didn't have anything to do with that, did you?" I wanted to deny it right away, but I was having trouble forming a good argument. Of course I didn't have anything to do with it. How could he even think such a thing? Just because I'd drawn something similar didn't mean I had anything to do with this. "How could I, Ralphie? I was in the cafeteria with you guys when it happened. Remember?" Ralphie nodded, but the look he gave me was still pretty hard. They put us all on buses and sent us home not long after that. We were assured that school would be back in session tomorrow, but we weren't so sure. They still hadn't found the killer, not a trace of him, and Fred's parents were distraught. The bus Ralphie and I had been on had driven past his mother as we pulled off, and she was shaking in tears as she sat on a bench outside the office. Seeing that made me feel guilty all over again, but I wasn't sure why. Ralphie didn't talk much on the ride home, and the goodbye he gave me as he climbed off was decidedly muted. I wonder if he really thought I had done this, and as my stop came up, I decided I wanted a nap instead of TV this afternoon. I tossed my backpack down when I got home and went to lie on the couch, but my nap just wouldn't come. When the phone rang a little while later, I got up and answered it groggily. It was Thursday, so Mom wouldn't get off till 5, and Dad wouldn't be in till after bedtime. I had the house to myself until about 5:30, but I wished that they had been here. I needed to talk to somebody about this, about the guilt I was feeling for some reason, and I just knew that my parents would help me out. I found Terrence on the other end of the phone, and he sounded hysterical. "They found Ryan's body this afternoon at the school." I sat up straighter, not sure if I was awake or still dreaming. "What do you mean?" I asked. He was on the bus home, same as the rest of us." "I know, but my dad called me about 10 minutes ago all spazzy. He said that one of the officers had been searching for the guy under the bleachers in the gym when he found Ryan all crumpled up under there. He was beaten to a pulp, and he wanted to know if I'd locked the door and was being safe. I told him I was, and he told me to go upstairs and lock myself in my room until my mom got home. I'm scared. I don't know what's going on, but it sounds like kids at our school are getting killed." No, I thought as the phone slipped out of my hand. Not just any kids at our school. Kids that I had drawn in a comic, dying in the ways that they had been found dead. In the comic, the one I had hidden from my friends, Ryan had been dragged under the bleachers, and the group had found him later beaten to a pulp. A literal pulp. In the comic, they only knew it was him because of his sneakers, since the rest of his body was a pile of bloody meat. "Terrence, does your dad have any idea who's doing this?" I hedged, trying to find out if I was a suspect for some reason. Not a clue, but the police are really scratching their heads. I hung up on Terrence and hovered over the number for Danny's house. I was hesitant to call him, wanting to worry him even less than I wanted to admit to having written this suddenly relevant comic. I dithered for a few before thumbing his number, listening to it ring before his mother grabbed it on the fourth one. She told me that Danny was at the pizzeria on Sherman, and she supposed he had forgotten his phone. She asked if I wanted to leave a message, but I told her that was fine. I was going to meet him at the pizzeria anyway. We hung up, and I grabbed my backpack as I headed out. My timing must have been impeccable, because I caught him just as his pie arrived at the table. "Hey, you feel like a slice too?" he asked, inviting me to sit. "Nah," I said, taking the comic out of my bag. "I need to come clean with you. I could overlook the first one as an accident, but after they found Ryan dead too, I don't think I can overlook it. This was the comic I did earlier today. Something I wrote while I was mad at Justin and his friends." Danny looked at the cover, opening up and leafing through it. He raised an eyebrow when he saw himself leading the bullies. As he read, though, something strange happened. Far from being horrified, he began to laugh. When he came to Justin's death, the bully decapitated with a single punch, his head falling down the stairs and into the boiler room, Danny wiped an eye and looked at me in disbelief. He seemed confused that I wasn't laughing. "Oh, come on. Sure, it's scary, but it's also a bit over the top. It's almost cartoonish. 2 people have died in exactly the way I drew it. I'm the only one besides you who knows it exists, and I can't help but think it's a little bit serious. They'll put me in jail for this. They'll use this to put me in the electric chair down at Stragview. They'll think I murdered those kids." Danny shook his head. "There's no way you killed Fred. Ralphie and Terrence and I will attest to that. You were with us all through lunch, and I can't imagine that anyone would believe that a shrimp like you did that to Fred or Ryan," he said, holding open the book to the page in question. I was stunned, unsure what to do, and when he laughed again, I found myself laughing right along with him. How had I not seen this? They could testify that I hadn't been anywhere near either of those boys. The GPS on my phone could tell the police that I'd been at home all afternoon. There was no way to link me to any of this. I was safe. "Come on," Danny said. "Come hang out at my house till your mom gets home. Then I'll walk you home just to make sure that old Bily Gumballs doesn't get you." We laughed about it all the way back to his house, cracking jokes as we talked about the character. Danny said he had some ideas for what Billy could do next, though we'd have to keep real people out of the story this time. We couldn't have the police trying to claim that we were killing people through fiction, he said, and then we both were laughing all over again. As we came up the stairs to his room, I told him I was going to use the bathroom, and I'd catch him up. "Well, don't take too long. I'm going to get some Dead by Daylight going so we can play co-op." I said that sounded great, and we parted ways. I was standing at the toilet when I suddenly remembered something. In the comic, Danny had gotten away in the end, but Billy had been waiting for him when he came home. He'd come out of his closet, I reflected, and smashed his head after sneaking up on him from behind. I started to run to him, but I stopped as I zipped up my pants, remembering what Danny had said. It was just a coincidence. Nothing like that happened in real life. Heck, I thought as I flushed, I bet Justin was safe and sound at his house as I was thinking about this. I shook my head as I let the water flow over my hands. Such an idiot. I'd gotten myself all worked up over nothing. When I heard him scream from the next room, I came tearing out of the bathroom as my flimsy hope fell apart. I came running into the room, my hands still dripping wet, and that's when I saw him. Danny was sitting in his desk, the controller in his hand, with his head collapsed into his chest. Someone had driven his head in like a nail, and the perpetrator was still standing behind him, looking at me guiltily as he turned towards the door. I thought I was dreaming, that I was hallucinating, but as we stood looking at each other, I had to come to terms with the realness. His head was bald, his skin was pale, his cheeks looked like a squirrel preparing for winter. He wore overalls without a shirt under them, and gum rubber boots that were black as pitch. His hands were bloody, covered in old and new blood, but even so, no one would mistake them for real hands. They were rounded, a pair of bulbous tumors that sat at the end of each wrist, and when he turned to run, I yelled for him to wait. Instead, he jumped out the window and was gone. Winter sipped her tea and watched the boy as he struggled with the memory. He had brought up more than one. The memory's too big for a single pull, but she thought this might be the last one. His cup looked like it had buoys floating in it, and she doubted there would be room for another. Pamela reached over and took the cup, replacing it with a fresh one before he could make a mess. "What happened after that?" she asked, leading him. "I thought it was over, but then people started going missing. Hikers mostly, vagrants, people with car trouble, people I could have overlooked. It's just bad luck, bad weather, or human nature. Then it started killing kids. It came out of the woods and started lurking in town. The murders were the same. People beaten to a pulp, people's heads crushed, people broken up and smashed to pieces. That's when I knew he wasn't done." Winter was rarely surprised, but she was by this revelation. "Are you saying that this Bily Gumballs is the Gladdy Smasher?" The boy nodded, slow and dreamy. "I've tried to tell the police, but they don't believe me. They thought I was involved for a while after I showed them the comic, but now they just think I'm unwell. Maybe they're right. Maybe I am crazy. Crazy or not, I created him. I think the only way to get rid of him is to forget him. That's why I took the bus down here. That's why I came to beg you to help me. That's why I need you to make me forget." Winter put down her own cup and leaned forward. This was going to be a little different, but also more of the same. She rested her hands on top of his head, her fingers splayed over his scalp. "Sid, do me a favor. Think of the day you created that comic. Think of how you felt. Think of how you drew. Think of everything you did to make that creature, and hold it in your mind. Hold on to it, but not too tight. Push it up like a balloon towards the sky, and I'll catch it." He did just that, and as she drew out the memory, he shuddered all over as he brought the last of the bulbous memories up. "Like a goose walked over my grave," he whispered, and then he was still. An hour later, Winter was waving to him as he climbed onto the bus and headed the 50 miles or so up the road to Gladdy. She would watch the news with interest for the next few weeks, but it seemed that the Gladdy Smasher was done with his reign of terror. Sid had been right. It had been created from his own mind, and now that he had forgotten it, it existed no longer. Winter marveled as she walked back to the clinic that humans truly were fascinating creatures. I inherited my parents' old house about a year ago. As a single guy in his mid-20s, this was quite a windfall. My mom had died of a stroke in the upstairs bedroom, a room I kept mostly locked up. I never knew my dad. He split before I was born, but the house was something he left my mom before disappearing. It was a house that had been in his family for generations, and it was the only piece of my father that I had left. My grandparents have been dead since before I was born, and my father was an only child. That being said, there was no real family to inherit the family estate, except for my mother and I. As an only child myself, my father had never really got around to siring any other brothers or sisters for me. I had never really wanted for much. Dad's estate took care of the bills, my education, and the upkeep of the house. I always kind of wished he had stuck around if he'd gone that far, but I suppose it had finally caught up with him. Mom always said that Dad was an eccentric, a scientist who studied weird stuff for a research facility, and whatever he did must have paid well, because I'd made it all the way through college without even touching the trust fund that Mom had set aside for me. And now, I had an 8-bedroom, 3-bath mansion in need of some serious renovations. I decided to start with the attic. The attic had always interested me, even when I was a kid. I used to play up there, looking into the old chests and peeking into armoires and scaring myself with make-believe ghost stories. It was nice up there, though. The stained glass window that overlooked the street always made little rainbows on the wooden floor just for me. I wanted to clean it up a little bit and build an office up there so I could do my accounting and bookkeeping in peace. The problem was that it was structurally unstable. The wall was a crumbling old brick, the mortar trying to let go for the last 40 years or so. I was afraid it wouldn't take much more than one good windstorm to knock it in, and I really wanted to fix it up and work my way down. As I started cleaning it out, I was delighted to find that the attic might actually pay for its own renovations. It was packed with old furniture and antiques that I found some interest for with the local antique dealers. I took a few pictures on my phone and sent some to the local antique shops. They seemed all the more enthralled to get their hands on them. I separated off the stuff I wanted to sell, keeping a small pile of things that I did not. After a couple of days of men with dollies coming in and out of the house, I found myself about $25,000 richer. The old antiques had more than paid for the facelift, and I started looking at supplies to replace the old brick with. I didn't know if I'd have to replace the beams behind it, but I suspected that I might. Mom told me that Dad had said the attic was one of the few original parts of the house, which had apparently been built in the late 1700s. It was one of the first large homes to be constructed in the area, and his ancestors had received it from some fellow after working the land for him. They had been less indentured servants and more live-in caretakers. The man had hundreds of acres, a large farm, and several dairy cows that needed to be taken care of. My dad's forebears and their children had been more than up to the task, having recently immigrated from Ireland. When he had left it all to them in the will, they had suddenly become very rich and very powerful in what was an up-and-coming part of the world. That would make the attic nearly 300 years old, and the fact that it was still standing was a marvel in of itself. I had talked with a friend of mine who was a member of code enforcement for the city, and he had said to be careful when I started taking down the bricks. He said he was pretty certain they weren't load-bearing, but if the attic was as old as I had said, then it would be an accident waiting to happen. I'd been up in the attic during all kinds of weather, and I'd never seen it so much as sway in the wind. Whoever had built it had done some amazing work, and had actually built it to last. As I set to work taking down the first of the bricks, I did so with an ear out in case I needed to run. I had barely set my hammer to work when I saw something sticking out between a loose brick. It appeared to be an envelope, an old and yellow thing that likely would have crumbled to nothing had it not been sealed up in the wall. I reached out for it, wiping masonry dust off of it as I looked at the front. It was signed, "To my child," from Marcus Krim, and it was dated 1934. This gave me pause. As far as I knew, there was only one Marcus Krim that had ever lived in this house, and he had been my father. To my knowledge, though, he hadn't even been born in 1934. I set the letter aside, not really sure what to make of it, and kept working. The wall appeared to be held up not by wooden beams, but metal beams. That struck me as weird, because the means to do so in the 1700s would have been very difficult to achieve. They were crude metal beams, to be sure, but they were very thick and very sturdy, and had likely taken someone a very long time to put into place, without a crane or some sort of tools. However the architect had managed it, this was tremendous. I would save a lot of my recent windfall by not having to replace the wooden beams that I had assumed would be there, and decided that the flaky wall was just a product of its time. I was halfway through the north face of the wall when I found another letter. The front of this one read, "To my child, from Marcus Krem, 1984. The date on the letter seemed reasonable. My father would have been about 12 years old in 1984, but I doubted that he was writing letters and putting them in the masonry. I set it aside, wanting to get back to work, but it was hard not to open it to see what it contained. This one looked a lot newer than the other one, and I supposed it had spent a lot less time in the wall. Why my father was leaving letters for me inside the attic wall, I didn't know, but I supposed that when I was done for the day, I might sit down and see what he had written me. By midday, I had found 5 other letters, and my curiosity was piqued. I had found one from 1984, one from 1934, one from 1956, and another one from 1890. There was also a 5th from 1954. They had been stuffed in the wall behind loose bricks, popping out as I smashed up the wall with my sledgehammer, and as I broke for lunch, I decided that it might be time to have a look at them. I didn't know if this was some elaborate joke someone was playing on me or not, but the idea of getting letters from my father, a man that I had never known, was intriguing. Maybe the dates were code or something, and I wondered if there was some other treasure to be found in the house, besides the antiques in the attic, that was. I decided to open the letter from 1984 first, it being the closest to today's date. Inside was a handwritten letter in what I recognized as my father's meticulous script. I had seen some of his journals in the library, writings on physics and scientific theory, and I was familiar with the way that he wrote. He marked the envelope with a stamp, though I had no idea why, and it had been sealed with wax that was light as I broke it. Hello. As I have not learned your gender yet, your mother insists that it be kept a secret, I'll just call you Child. I suspect you have questions, and I wish I could answer all of them, but I fear this letter will be a poor explanation. Your mother may have told you that I was involved with an organization studying scientific principles. One of the principles they were interested in was time travel. It wasn't something I believed in, but I was willing to take their money and study their theories. I thought the concept was so much hogwash, but as we began to make breakthroughs, I had to admit that there was merit to it. I began to get excited, thinking we might actually break the secret of passing backwards and forwards in time. On the day of testing, we all drew straws to see who would be the one to test the device. I drew the short straw, so I was placed inside the chamber. I pray they did not send anyone after me, because it appears that something has gone terribly wrong. I closed my eyes in 1998 and opened them again in 1984. We'd done it. We could go back in time. But there was a problem. I had no way to return, and it appeared that my means of time travel was unstable. I arrived in December 1984, but 3 days later I was in September 1984. I was jumping backwards in time, little hops at first, but I suspected they might become progressively stronger as time went on. I don't know how to contact you, or if you'll ever find this letter, but I know the house has existed for at least 200 years. If I leave a letter in the attic, somewhere it's not likely to be stumbled across until someone is looking for something else, maybe you'll find it, and you'll know that I didn't abandon you and your mother. You'll know what actually happened. I'm going to break into your grandparents' house tonight and hide this in the attic. I remember that tonight was when they left me at my sitter's house and went out to see a late movie, so there should be more than enough time to get in and leave the letter in the wall of the attic. I hope it finds you well, and I hope that you are well. Sincerely, Marcus Krem. I was speechless for a moment, not sure what to make of it. Was this real? I'd known my father was a little eccentric. Mother said he towed the line between genius and crazy, but this was out there. Had my father been playing some elaborate joke before he left? Had he been trying to trick a small child into thinking that his father was just a time traveler and not a deadbeat? I didn't know. but it only made me more curious to see the other notes. I shifted through them until I came to the one from 1956. It was the next one in chronological order and seemed to be the best place to pick up the story. I opened it with a finger, wincing as the old paper sliced me a little, but I sucked at the paper cut as I spilled the paper onto the old desk. A few drops pattered onto the blotter, but the letter was spared, and as I sucked at it, I read what I had written there. Child, I've spent the last week shifting backwards every few days. Sometimes I would stay in a spot for days, sometimes it was seconds, but it seems I'm destined to live my life backwards. I always seem to stay in the same town, the town I grew up in, and it's odd to watch the town slowly grow younger, opening your eyes to see the town shrinking, a building at a time. I spent 2 weeks leaping backwards at various speeds, but when I finally came to rest in March of 1956, I felt jet-lagged. The town was half the size it had been. The cars as different from the turn of the century as they would be in the early 1900s. People looked at me strangely, my clothes likely appearing odd, but my money still worked. The teller would get a shock when he realized that they had a bill that wouldn't be circulated for 40 years, but I needed to eat. I didn't have a lot of money when I traveled, $100 and a couple of 20s in my wallet, but as the cost of things goes down, the money stretches a little further. Your grandfather, my dad, is so young. I saw him playing outside the house, a boy of maybe 10 or 11, and it was hard not to hail him and talk to him. I plan to break into the house again when the family is gone and leave this letter in the wall of the attic. I better do it soon. Who knows how long I'll have before I travel again. I hope you're doing well, and hope your mother is also well. It's strange to talk to someone you've never met, but I hope these letters shed some light on where I've been and why I haven't been in your life. I was beginning to think the notes had been left by my mother, but how would she so expertly duplicated his handwriting? All of Dad's journals were written like this, the same meticulous script, and it even sounded like the voice I'd always given him when I read his journals. He would sound like a scientist, like my science teacher had when I was in school, and as I reached for the next letter, I came across the one from 1934. The envelope was ancient-looking, the outside yellowed and sealed in the same wax the others had been. The wax on this one was brittle with age, and it crumbled under my fingers as I broke it. I started to slide my finger under the adhesive, but looked in the desk till I found the letter opener I remembered seeing there. A quick slash, and I had the note in my hand. Child, I went to sleep 2 days after delivering the letter to the wall, and woke up 60 years in the past. This was the longest jump I've ever made, and I had to write this one quickly before it sent me sailing off again. The town looks more like Mayberry from the Andy Griffith Show than the bustling city I remember. Main Street is here, as is the post office and the police station, but everything else has changed. There are stores, but they seem less grand than the ones here before them. The house is still here, and I can see my grandfather as he sits on the lawn with my grandmother, both of them in their senior year of high school. Grandpa will get his draft letter in 6 years, taking him out of the steel mill before the explosion that kills so many, saving him and probably saving me from not being born. Grandma will give birth to my father a year after that, and Grandpa will come back from France with a few scars and many memories to regale his son and later his grandson with. I never knew my great-grandfather, not well enough, and it's odd to see them as they go about their lives. I've seen men going into the house the last few days, men doing work on the study on the second floor, and have managed to get a pair of white overalls and a cap from a clothesline. Tomorrow I will mingle with them and drop this letter in the wall, if I'm not years farther from where I started by then. I sorted the remaining letters, my work forgotten, and decided on the one from 1890. It was the next one in sequence, though that sequence was far out of whack now. My hands shook a little as I opened it with the letter opener. Fake or not, someone had gone to a lot of trouble to set this up, and the story was so good that I had to know how it ended. My work was forgotten, the mystery too much for me to put down now. As the wax seal fell to brittle shards on the desk, I took out the thick and uncomfortable paper that had been laid into the equally heavy envelope. Child, it appears I sealed my letter in the wall at just the right time. The house was fumigated the next day, and it would have been nearly impossible to get back in. I also traveled again 4 days later, and this was one of my most hectic trips. I would be stuck in a time for a day or two, but just as I would pen a letter, I would be dragged backwards into something else. I've started trading my money for gold and silver as I go farther and farther back. I'll soon come to a time when paper money means nothing, and then I might as well burn the notes to keep me warm. Gold, however, maintains its value, as does silver, and so I now have a few actual dollars left, and some mintings of gold and silver on my person. I've got them hidden in a backpack that also seems to travel with me. I wish I had experimented with this a little more, but even though these letters are decades apart, I've really only lost a month at the most. It feels like just last week when I opened my eyes in 1984, but I'm becoming worried that I might be slowing down a little. This last trip has brought me to 1890, and the town is little more than a general store, a saloon, and a collection of frontier businesses. I had to steal more clothes. My modern attire marked me as an outsider. I'm thankful that I traded for gold. My money would be useless out here, but gold is always useful. The house is still here too, but I've skipped 4 or 5 generations. The house is now a plantation, the land worked by field hands, and the house is set considerably out of town. I went there to seek field work, but they thought I was a cousin who'd come to call. They put me up, showing a lot of the old world hospitality I've always heard so much about, which will make it easier to hide this letter. I hope I come to rest soon. I hope this stops. I go to sleep, I blink, and my heart is filled with dread on when I will open my eyes again. I hope you're well, and I hope you're living a better life than I. I exhaled, looking at the last letter. This one was marked 1854, and it appeared it was the last one I had. As I picked it up, a thought occurred to me. How many more letters could there be in these walls? How many more could there be that covered dates in between the ones I had found? I was no longer skeptical. Quite the contrary, I was hungry for more, and as I split this one open, I held the brittle paper gently, afraid it would fall apart before I got the chance to read it. Child, the traveling is definitely slowing down. I spent 3 months with my forebears in 1890. After that, I spent a month in 1880, 2 months in 1870, and now I've landed in 1854. I've returned to the house again, claiming to be a cousin, and it's odd to see the same people I saw in the 1890s, but years younger. The matron who invited me in is now a mere slip of a girl. Her brother, maimed in the war, is now a healthy young man, passionate about states' rights and the laws that govern man. I'm embarrassed to report that the field hands I saw earlier have been replaced with slaves, but I suppose that was to be expected. They accepted me into their home again, and I suppose I will stay here until I travel again. I hope you are well, and I hope you do not hate me too much. That was it, but I felt like I knew where I could find other letters. It was late into the night when all the bricks were torn down, and I looked amongst the rubble for any signs of paperwork. I'd started out being very careful, an archaeologist looking for old bones, but after hours of fruitless plinking, I began to level the walls with abandon. I no longer listened for the groans of old boards or the crash of the ceiling. The iron bracings had held the attic up this long. They would do it a while longer. I searched and searched, looking for something, and when I saw metal glinting beside a bracing. I went to it and found a lockbox made of rusted old iron. It was a relic, the metal so old it had begun to disintegrate in places, and I was careful as I knocked the lock off and pulled at the lid. I didn't think it would open for a terrible moment, but as it squealed apart like a funhouse door, I saw a tube inside with a wax cap at the end. Someone had written 1775 on the outside, and I opened it carefully as I dumped the fragile paper out beside the rest. If the paper from the last one had been fragile, then this one was almost elven. It felt like skin, and it was so thin that I could almost see through it. The ink was thick and flaky, clearly done with a real pen, and as I read it, I realized I had come to the end, or maybe the beginning. Child, 1770. I've come back as far as I'm able. The last year was a series of travels, back and back and back. Sometimes I might get as much as a week in one time, but usually it was hours. It seemed, however, that I have come to rest at last. I've been living on the land that will one day be our family home, and I realize that there is no old benefactor waiting for us to come and settle here. The land is still mostly trees, but I've come to the spot where our house will soon stand. I went into town, the closest town I could find, and purchased it for what I would consider a pittance. The man at the trade office seemed surprised by the amount of gold I had on my person, but it would seem like nothing to someone from our time. I had co-workers who had begun to lay gold back for the coming millennium, sure that the banks would crash and the money would be useless, but out here, money is nothing more but paper and ink. I was able to buy 100 acres and secure enough supplies to build the house and start the farm. I've shown them how to make metal beams, something that I took for granted in my world of metal and glass. The house will be strong, no wooden beams to break and bend, and I secured enough strong backs to help me build it. 1773. The construction is done, for the most part. The attic was difficult to build with their current level of technology, but I think they did okay. The house looks just like it always has, and as we set up the barn and the fields, I have begun to loan money to those who are in need. The interest alone has made me wealthy and have become quite well known in the area. The workers I've hired have settled land nearby, and I believe they are establishing the town that will one day encompass this house. 1775. I've lived here for 5 years and have not traveled once in all that time. I think perhaps whatever moved me has dissipated, and I'm now here for good. The town is doing well. They've established a general store and are now a steady trade route on the road west. I have men who work the land for me, who tend the cows and the sheep as I sit in my mansion and rake in the profits. Life is good, but I am aware of what is to come. I'm no fool, and I know where this path will take me. 1780. I saw them today. They came to the house, asking for work. My 8 times great-grandfather came onto the porch with his hat in his hand and begged me for a job. He said his wife would be happy to be my cook, and his children would help with the land. That sounded fine to me. Most young men who helped me build the house and work the land have gone to fight in the Revolutionary War, and have been struggling to keep up with the chores around here. Thomas has 10 children, a good Irish Catholic family, and the youngest is old enough to help with the day-to-day affairs of the farm. I agreed to hire them on immediately. I am the generous benefactor my family legend speaks of, and I will be dead in the next 15 years. I may have stopped traveling, but I can feel my body aging faster than it should. 15 years is a long time, but I'm sure it will seem like no time at all to me. 1785. The war has been over for 2 years, but a lot of the men who went to fight haven't come back. I'm going to finish this letter and put it in the attic while I still have the strength to do so. I'm barely 50, but I look like a man in his 70s. I can barely make it up the stairs on a good day. I don't know how I will live another 10 years, but I know that if I don't get this on the wall, it may be my last chance. It's sobering to realize that I am the one who's responsible for my family's wealth, the one who made it possible for those who come before me to live in relative ease, but I suppose that that's the way of it. If you ever find this, I hope you won't hate me too much. It was not my intention to leave you, but I see now that I would have likely been a terrible father. My work held too much of my attention to ever take you to a baseball game or sit with you and spend an afternoon on the couch. I would have neglected you, and for that I am sorry. This, it appears, is my gift to you. Use it well. You never know when you might be called upon to make your own history. I love you, and I hope you are well. Yours always, Marcus Krim. I sat at the desk and just looked at the collection of letters. It was my dad. He had built the house. He had set our family up. Then he had died without telling them who he was. It was unthinkable, and I realized I had no way to prove any of it. There would be no records going back that far. The original owner of the house had lived before the town had, and the receipt of bill of sale would not have survived. I suddenly wished that Mom was here. She would have wanted to see the letters and would have likely believed them without question. I wished a lot of people were still there, but there was no one to substantiate these claims. I wondered if this was how Dad had felt as he walked to town to begin building his house. Had he felt so utterly alone, knowing that his only real family was still 10 years away in a place that he had never seen? I felt so alone, so utterly desolate, and I sat there looking at the letters and thinking until the sun made rainbows through the stained glass. As I did, I saw them fall on something I had missed. It was wedged far in the back, behind one of the braces, and I walked towards it like it might bite. It was another tube, this one carefully placed so that it wouldn't be jostled or broken when the time came for repairs. I opened it, and inside was a beautiful oil painting of a man sitting in the parlor downstairs. The blues looked a little different, the curtains in the style of the late 1700s, but the man sitting in a wing-back chair was someone I knew. I'd seen his picture before, but he had traded his white coat for a dark, rich suit. His hair was short, more orderly, and he'd grown a mustache, but I would have known him, even if he had a beard. It was my dad, and I knew what I would find when I carefully flipped the painting over. Marcus C. Rim, commissioned 1774 by Warren Fritz. It's framed downstairs now, as are the letters Dad left to me. I think I cherish them more than the house, as well as the knowledge that Dad never really left us. He's always been here, making sure our way was smooth from a gap of generations. Hey guys, I heard so many of you liked my stories about the butterflies that you wanted to know a little more about the park. To answer your first question, no, the butterflies have not been back, but it's pretty early in the season, so I guess they have time. Today, however, I want to talk about something else that happened last year. It wasn't quite as odd as the butterflies, but it was still pretty weird. As a park ranger, I often get called upon to do search and rescue. I know what you're thinking, and the answer is no. I didn't find any stairs in the woods. I have yet to see a set, actually, and I hope to never encounter them. I did find something weird out there, though. Something I want to talk about, since you guys seem willing to listen. Fair warning, though, it's pretty strange, and I don't really have an explanation for it. So last summer, we got a call about a 9-year-old kid, Michael Peters, who'd gone missing from his campsite. That's not as uncommon as you might think. Little kids like to wander off on their own a lot since they think they're immortal. It wouldn't be the first time we had to go look for some wannabe Bear Grylls who decided to go out and play in the woods, only to end up playing naked and afraid after a night of wandering in the woods. We were hoping we would find him alive, since it had only been about 24 hours since he'd gone missing. The parents were pretty upset, as parents are often wont to do, and the Forestry Service was calling for all hands on deck so that they could find this kid before something bad happened to him. So, we all put on our hiking boots, grabbed some provisions, and went out to have a look. If this all sounds a little cavalier, then I'm sorry. After a while, the attitude is how you distance yourself from the terrible things that sometimes happen here. Children go missing, people die of exposure, hikers are caught in landslides while hiking a trail that's rated for amateurs. If you stop to think about all of it, it really makes you wonder why you do it. We were pretty confident that we could find the kid. He hadn't been missing that long, and the chances were pretty good that he had just gotten lost in the woods and was waiting for someone to find him. We set out at first light, radios and gears strapped on just in case, and I was given the area around Carpenter's Woods. Carpenter's Woods gets its name from Alistair Carpenter, a man who lived on the property before it was a national park. Alistair Carpenter had come from New York, hoping to find a life that was a little simpler. He'd been an avid hiker for most of his life, and it's said that he had hiked all he meant to in the area surrounding his home. He wanted a challenge, wanted to go somewhere where his money wouldn't do him any good. So, he came out here to the middle of nowhere, built a cabin, and lived off the land. For the next 40 years of his life, this was where he lived. He fished in the streams, hunted the deer, generally kept his head down, and tried not to be noticed by the local Native American tribes, who still lived in the area. This was in the late 1800s, so the land still wasn't quite as settled as it would be. And when others found Carpenter out here thriving, they were impressed. When the park was first marked out in the 40s, the surveyors found his cabin and, incidentally, the remains of Alistair Carpenter. The cabin was still there and is now one of our biggest tourist draws. The remains were laid to rest at Katy Merrill Methodist Church, which is also on the grounds, and is another place that history buffs also come to see. I started my search at the cabin, not an uncommon place for people to go. It had been locked up since we didn't have a regular guide to come out here, and the inside was more than a little musty. The cabin was full of old furniture, the rustic kind that you make out of actual trees, as well as some shadow boxes of tools that Mr. Carpenter had used to survive. I didn't see any sign that anyone had come out here, inside or out, so I locked up the cabin and proceeded into the woods. The trails around the cabin are quite nice. They're also low-impact trails, so your grandmother could probably hike them without a lot of prep work. They're meant to be casually enjoyed, so it felt plausible that he would have gone down this way. The cabin was only a mile from the campsite where he'd gone missing, so I figured if we were going to find him anywhere, it'd probably be around here. It was hard not to equate him to the missing girl during the butterfly incident. I really hoped we wouldn't find him in a similar state, but it hadn't been the worst way that someone had died during that event, I suppose. The remains of the girl had been almost lovingly taken care of, and I suppose there were worse ways for a child to suffer in the forest. I was trying to remain positive, hoping for a happy ending on this one, but happy endings in the real world don't happen often enough. I'd been walking for about half an hour when I came across something in the tree line. It was a colorful chip bag, the smiling face of the orange goldfish looking back at me, and given its placement, I turned to look down one of the utility trails that led into the woods. These were not low-impact trails. They were cut to give access to pump sheds or sheds where we keep extra equipment, and they were often overgrown or less habitable than the communal trails for guests. If a kid had just rambled through the woods, I suppose it wouldn't be out of place for him to pick a trail at random and continue on his adventure. I got out the radio and called in what I had found, telling him I was heading towards the N-17 shed, and dispatch came back in the affirmative, telling me to be careful. So, I headed into the woods. I found the shed without too much trouble, and that was where I found my next clue. There was a water bottle sitting on the stoop of the shed. That wasn't terribly out of place either, since a lot of the rangers are kind of slobs. They preach about leaving no sign, but a lot of that comes down to do as I say and not as I do agenda. It would have been easy to just brush off, except when I looked at the bottle, it had 3 greasy-looking fingerprints emblazoned in orange dust on the outside. I had had enough siblings to know goldfish crumbs when I saw them, and it led me to believe that whoever had dropped the chip bag had probably had the water bottle too. Again, it didn't necessarily have to be the kid. As I looked around, I saw a side trail that led from the shed towards another utility trail. This one was overgrown, and I honestly couldn't picture a kid going down this way. I was ready to head back to the main trail when something caught my eye. A piece of fabric hanging from one of the overgrown branches. Just a little scrap of blue in that sea of green. Stood out like a sore thumb. I tried to remember what the parents had said the kid was wearing, and it seemed like blue shorts had been mentioned. I sighed. It would be the trail that led into Narnia, wouldn't it? Taking some gloves out of my bag, I started picking my way through the thick brush and overhanging thorns. It was slow going, as I had known it would be. But as I finally came through the tangles, I found a trail that was in slightly better shape than the ones leading away from the shed. The canopy overhead was dark, making me think of going through a tunnel, and the deeper I went, the stranger the sounds around me became. At one point, I could have sworn I heard a train whistle, but that shouldn't have been possible. The closest train would have been 30 miles to the west, nowhere near close enough to be heard, even on a clear day. I walked for about an hour and a half, and just as I was beginning to question how long the service trail was, I came upon the last thing I would have expected to find in a national park. It was a train station. I was completely still for a moment, just taking it all in as I tried to make sense of it. It was a perfectly normal-looking train station, sitting in the middle of the woods. Tracks were running off into the tree line in 2 directions, and both came up to a platform where you could buy tickets and little knickknacks or newspapers from the adjacent gift shop. It was all very clean, all very well maintained, and it was one of the strangest things I had ever seen in my entire life. I don't mean it was abnormal. I'd seen train stations before, just not out in the middle of the woods. It was jarring, like finding a perfectly preserved dining room table in the middle of an open field, or a cabin on a mountainside with the lights on and no one inside. It made me question my sanity as I approached it, but it was all very stable and very stationary. The ticket booth was empty, but I hadn't expected there would be anyone there. The Forestry Service barely had enough spare money to pay overtime, let alone to run a train station. The gift shop was equally empty, and most of the magazines were from the 90s. A Times magazine was talking about the Bill Clinton scandal. An Entertainment Today discussed a young up-and-comer named Britney Spears, and a tech magazine was talking about a revolutionary new computer that had 512 megabytes of memory. There were some snacks and some little toys as well, but all the snacks were expired, and I didn't feel like picking up a case of food poisoning to go along with all the weirdness. I wondered if the kid had found his way here too, and was rewarded by a little blue jacket sitting on one of the benches by the pickup area. It had one of those dogs from the Paw Patrol on it, the firefighter one, and it had also been in the reports with the blue shorts and the little green trainers that the kid had been wearing. He had been here for sure, and I wondered if maybe he had walked up the tracks, thinking it would take him back to civilization. I didn't know where those tracks went, but I was having a similar idea when I heard that lonesome train whistle come again. It was followed by an honest-to-God locomotive, and as I stood there stunned, the whole place shook as the train pulled out of the woods and came to rest by the loading area. It was a deep forest green, bearing the number 56 on the side of the loco, and it had 3 cars behind it which were fire engine red and looked freshly painted. The whole thing looked way too new to be crashing through the woods, and as the doors opened, I wondered if I ought to go in. I could only imagine that to some kid lost in the woods, the train would seem very cool. I I stepped on board to see if he might still be there, hoping that we wouldn't go too far. I had never seen a second train stop in the woods, but I'd never seen a train in the woods until today either. The doors of the train shut as I stepped inside, and I braced myself as it lurched into motion. The inside of the train was nice, if not a little Spartan. The car I was in was nothing but rows of seats that were clean but not particularly interesting. I turned to the front of the car to see if I could have a look at the driver, but the door was locked and I couldn't see much of the engine. There was definitely a shadowy somebody behind the wheel, moving fitfully as he turned knobs and gears, but he ignored my pounding, and eventually I was forced to go explore the rest of the train. The second car appeared to be a dining car. The seats were replaced with tables and benches, and there was a long bar that was unmanned like everything else here. I called out to get someone's attention, but much like the driver, no one ever came to answer me. I didn't see the kid, so I decided to check the third car, and was finally rewarded with another person. Michael, the kid, was asleep on one of the train seats in the third car. He was curled up on one of the bench seats, pulling himself into a tight ball, and when I called his name, he woke up almost fearfully. I told him it was okay. I was a park ranger, and I was here to help him. He seemed overjoyed to see me, smiling as he wrapped me in a hug. I was exploring, and I found the old house that the carpenter man made. I wanted to go inside and look, but it was all locked up. So I went down the trail, and then I went down another trail, and that's when I found the train. I didn't know there was a train in the woods, so I got on, but it doesn't seem to stop. It just runs and runs, and I'm starting to get hungry. I ate some of the snacks from the little stand at the station, but the food car doesn't seem to have any food, and I'm really thirsty. I gave him some of my provisions out of my backpack and told him I'd sit with him until the train decided to stop. He seemed confused when I told him that the train had stopped to pick me up, but he figured it must have been while he was asleep. I asked him how long he had been on the train, but he said he didn't know. Felt like it might have only been hours, but sometimes he said it felt like it had been running longer than that. It doesn't always go through the woods either. I look out the window and sometimes there are mountains, sometimes there are deserts, and one time it even looked like we were underwater. The train just kind of goes, but I don't know where it's taking me. In hindsight, the kid wasn't wrong. Felt like we rode that train for days, the scenery shift being the only way to tell the actual track of time. Eventually, the food in my pack ran out. It hadn't been much to start with, a couple of water bottles and an MRE, along with a few granola bars. As we watched the woods turn into the prairies for the third time, I started to wonder if I'd ever get off this train. At some point, I must have dozed off because I came to and found that the train had stopped. We were back in the woods, the doors were open, and before I could think too hard about it, I picked up the kid and ran for the doors. He had been asleep as well, and he jerked awake as I grabbed him up. He quieted down when he saw it was me, but he seemed confused when we came out onto the pickup area. "Are we back? Did the train finally let us go?" I told him it seemed to have, and as the train closed its doors and rolled off again, we made our way back to the real world. Michael was reunited with his family an hour later. A search party found us as we came out by Carpenter's cabin, but they were no longer just looking for Michael. This search party was looking for me. According to the Park Service, I'd been missing for the last 12 hours. They'd been calling me for most of that time without answer, and dispatch had redirected one of the teams after they hadn't found the kid either. I told them the battery on my walkie must have gone dead, and I think they were mostly just glad that I had found the kid. Michael tried to tell them about the train, but nobody seemed to believe him. I shrugged when they asked me about it, and the kid looked hurt until I gave him a little wink. I don't think anybody would believe us about a train in the middle of the woods, but I probably should have prepared him for that. I've been back on that trail since, but it's just a trail now. It doesn't go anywhere except the outflow utility road, and it seems the forest train only appears when it wants to be found. There are a lot of strange things in the woods, some of which I'm beginning to see. I'll keep you guys updated if I see anything else, if the Forestry Service doesn't shut me down first, that is. Till then, stay safe when you're out in the woods. Don't go taking rides from weird trains you find out in the woods while hiking unfamiliar paths. You never know where they might let you out at. The admin building at Stragview is one of the biggest headaches when it comes to security checks. That probably sounds weird, so let me explain. Every night, someone has to complete a checklist of yard tasks. This would usually be completed by the yard sergeant, or the person under him. But Sergeant Javier and Officer Zaid are lazy and usually delegate this list to an unlucky officer. They used to let us do it in pairs, but staff shortages have facilitated that one person is responsible for the list every night, as it stands. The list isn't too difficult. It's mostly just basic security stuff. The first job is always to walk the perimeter and, check the fence line. Not too hard, but I never like doing it after dark, and usually try to get it done before the sun goes down when it's my turn. The woods are strange around Stragview, and they almost always feel like they're watching you as you go about your work. Anyway, it takes about 30 minutes to walk around the whole compound, and it's pretty simple. The second item on the list is to test the panic buttons. This requires you to take a big box of body alarms to different places and trigger them. This lets Control know where the blind spots are in their alarms, and allows for extensions and coverage. That usually takes about 30 minutes too, and then you move on to the third and least loved item, security doors. The old-timers call it night knocking, and there are 3 places that you have to go. The first is the education building, or the library. You check the classrooms, you check the library, and you generally knock on closed doors to make sure that no one is in them before checking the locks to make sure that everything is secured. Then you go to medical and you do the same thing in the dental area, the mental health park, and the patient exam rooms. The teachers and the medical staff are usually gone by 5, but there are sometimes people who stay and need to be accounted for, so they don't get locked in for the night and panic. The last stop is the admin building, and it's by far the worst part of the trip. It isn't because it's particularly large or anything. The admin building is a cube with 6 offices on each hallway. The warden used to have an office here too, but he works and lives in the tower now, so his office went to one of the assistant wardens. Anyway, the problem is that once you get going, you have to go in a very particular direction, or the building will change on you. First time I did it, I went with Sergeant Forrest, and he said I should always be careful to follow the rules when doing the checks in the admin building. People had gone missing in there. People had gone into that building and come out days or years later, still thinking it's the very same night they went in, and he didn't want anything like that to happen to me. So when you come in, go left, proceed down the hall and check the 3 doors. Then take your first right and check all the doors on that hallway. Then repeat until you come back to the door you came in through. If you make 4 rights and come back to find the door leading out is on the right side of the hall instead of the left, make the check again. If you ever come to that 4th right and find no door out, then turn around and retrace your steps. Once you come back and find the door back in the right position, turn around and do your check again. You got it? I remember expecting him to laugh and yell, "Gotcha," but he just stood there until I told him that I understood. Good. I know it seems weird, but trust me when I say that the alternative is worse. Stragview has been through its fair share of officers who've gone into the admin building and never come out again. I rolled my eyes, not really believing him, but I remembered how the woods around the prison had always made me feel when I put my back to them. I remembered the weird eyes I sometimes saw as I did the fence checks at night, groupings making me think that there was more than one creature looking at me. Then there were the other strange things that happened here. The people who go missing, the unexplained deaths, the other weirdness we deal with. And I thought that a corridor with rules was about the least weird thing here. That was, until I got trapped in there. I was blowing through the list on the night in question, trying to get back to my dorm as fast as I could. It was Sunday, It was Sunday, and that meant I was going to have to do fence check, panic buttons, security doors, stun fence, and walk the interior fence, something we called the rabbit run. The rabbit run would take nearly an hour, made all the harder since I had to drag the rake behind me to cover my tracks. You had to key all the sensors out there before you could be done, and I'd probably get done around 1 at the rate I was going. After that, I could go back to my dorm, kick my feet up, and have a nice nap before chow time. I know how that sounds, but I hadn't slept well that day, and one of the perks of night shift is that they don't usually care if they catch you napping, as long as your work is done. I was drowsing through the list, walking on autopilot, when I came to the admin building and let myself in through the front entrance. I stood at the crossroads for a moment, my brain trying to remember what I was supposed to do, and when it fixed on the phrase, "take your first right," I turned right and started checking doors. The security lights were the only light I had to guide me, and as I went, I felt my eyes trying to close on me. I turned left and headed around the bend, checking doors and trying not to bump into anything. I'd already decided that I would stop by the canteen for a cup of coffee before doing the rabbit run, when I turned the corner and stopped. There was no outdoor in the middle of the corridor. I shook my head, trying to clear my thoughts, and remembered what Forrest had said about this. Did I keep going? What was the... Then it came to me. I had to turn around and go back the way I had come. I would go back and take the 4 turns, and the door would be back. I yawned as I retraced my steps, thinking I might have to splurge on one of those espresso drinks I usually avoided. And when I took the 4th corner and turned a second time, I felt a little chill slip up my spine. Not only was there no exit door, but there were only 5 office doors now. The office of the chaplain, the frosted glass reading Chaplain Keller, was nothing but an empty wall now. What was more, the remaining 5 doors looked odd, though I couldn't have told you why. They all had frosted glass windows with various names on them, but now they all seemed a little dull. They felt, to me at least, like the doors in video games that you just know won't open. They felt flat, background, and I already knew that they wouldn't go anywhere if they had opened. They would be locked anyway. I knew that already since I'd checked them. So I had no choice but to go on. I tried retracing my steps again, hoping it would fix itself, but as I walked the familiar dark corridors, I started to notice other changes as well. Many of the doors were now missing letters. The safety lights seemed not dimmer, but less. The yellow stood out less, the light was less distinct, and I was worried that eventually I'd be left in darkness. My tiredness was gone now, my drowsy yawns a thing of the past. My adrenaline was hammering in my veins, and I was taking the corners at a breakneck speed. I came back to find only 4 doors left, and they now looked more like decals that someone had stuck on the wall. I turned and ran. Flying up the corridors, I tried to find my way out. I wasn't even thinking at this point, operating purely on fear, and my eyes cast fitfully around as I searched for an exit. There were dim lights behind the doors as well, the lights of computer monitors left on at night, lights glittering in corners, but the shadows cast by them were far from inviting. I could see things behind the glass, things with snaky arms and undulating shadows, things with sharp teeth and bulbous heads, things that I prayed would not notice me as I ran. I counted the corners, 1, 2, 3, 4, and when I came around the 4th and back to my starting point, I wished the doors had stayed depthless. They were open now. All 6 doors had returned, and they were open. What was spilling out was nothing less than living shadows, and as it oozed and smoked across the corridor, I was already backing away. When it touched the safety lights, they went out with a soft little pop sound and left the corridor in deeper darkness than before. They undulated in the deepening night, their paths taking them right for me, and I ran as more doors began to open. I was running flat out, taking corners wildly, and the further I ran, the worse it got. The hallways turned into glass and metal corridors that separated the honeycomb of cells in the closed management dorms, and the faces pressed against the glass were far from welcoming. I tried not to look any more than I had to, but their ugly faces pressed against the thick glass with such force that I was afraid they might come spilling from the cracks that were forming in it. These corridors morphed into underground catacombs with heavy cell doors bearing the glittering eyes of long isolated prisoners, switching to the tilted shadows of kitchen alcoves and the musty stacks of the library. No matter where I went, those shadows seemed to dog my heels, and it felt as if I was running in an MC Usher painting on more than one occasion. I couldn't tell you how long I ran. At some point, my flashlight fell off my belt, and I didn't dare stop to get it. When I skidded on a wet patch as I ran across the seemingly endless tiled shower room, I discovered later that I'd lost my radio. My feet throbbed and my legs ached, but my body kept forcing me forward like a machine in a lunatic factory. Every corner took me somewhere new, every turn a different landscape, every mile a horrific nightmare theater that I prayed would end in release or death. After days or weeks or even years of flight, I came back to a familiar corridor and saw a single door opening in that hallway. The light inside was warm and inviting, and I barreled towards it like a drowning man sighting land. I bumped into someone as I sprinted out, and we went rolling in the grass like a couple of drunks outside a dive bar. We came to rest on the grass, and I put my hands over my face as the thing I had bumped loomed over me. "You okay? I didn't see you there." "Oh, shit! Get the captain, it's him!" The people started gathering around me, and as my eyes adjusted to the light, I squinted up and saw people I recognized. They weren't from my shift, but I knew some of them from training or from firearm classes. They were trying to help me up, but my legs were done in. Someone called medical, I guess because the lady in the scrubs with the stretcher beat the captain there by nearly 10 minutes. I was in medical, receiving fluids for my apparent dehydration, when he arrived looking mystified. "Dear God, I thought they were kidding. You gave us quite a scare, especially when we saw the recording of where you'd gone." I'd been missing for 3 days. I walked into admin Sunday night at 9:48 and stumbled back out again at 1:30 in the afternoon on Wednesday. They'd searched the grounds, thinking I might have gotten hurt while doing checks, but once the security footage had been discovered, there was very little hope that I'd ever be found again. They can fire me if they want, but I don't think they will. Most of the old-timers understand what I went through, even if they've never experienced it themselves. I've gotten a lot of calls from people wishing me well and hoping for my speedy recovery so I can get back to shift. I'll have to go back to work, of that I'm certain, but I'll never step foot in that corridor again. I got lucky once. I'm not willing to gamble on it a second time. "Penny for your thoughts, young man?" I glanced down at the old man as he sat in the snow, his jeans getting crusty from the ice. He held a grubby coin in his threadbare glove, and his eyes looked up imploring me to take it. Homeless people weren't exactly rare in the city, and I was honestly tired of being asked for change today. I had been asked for change as I went to work that morning, several times. I'd been asked when I stepped out to have a smoke around 10 that morning. I'd been asked again as I went to lunch, and twice more as I returned. I'd been asked for handouts throughout the day, but this was the first one who had offered to give me anything in return. I reached down hesitantly, and when he moved it out of the way, I figured he would make his pitch now. The coin was rare, the coin would be special, he would want something for it, and I would be asked to give. "Your thoughts first, son. An even trade, I'm sure." I drew in a nose full of cold air, thinking about making something up, before finally settling on the truth. Okay, you know what I'm thinking about? I'll tell you. I pass people like you every day, people on the street with nothing better to do than beg. Why not try to better yourself with all this time you have? Why not drag yourself out of your situation rather than sit and huddle in it? You have the ability to get out of your current quagmire. You choose not to, and that makes me angry. I'd expected the old man to get mad. I expected him to get quiet and take his coin back. But he surprised me when he laughed. Is that what you think? That we're all just lazy bums out on the road with nothing better to do? I imagine you might change your mind if you had to do it yourself. I scoffed. Please, living off the generosity of others? This is a city of thousands. Even if only 1% showed you charity, that's still likely more than I make in a week. The old man smiled knowingly, and that should have been my first indication that something was amiss. Even then, I sensed that something didn't feel right here. This wasn't the usual kind of banter one had with a person, even someone like this guy. It was starting to prickle the hair on the back of my neck. Why'd I stop to talk to this fella at all? The whole thing just felt odd. Want to make a wager on it? The old beggar asked. He still had the coin out, and when I got a good look at it, I could tell it wasn't what I had thought it was. It was filthy, but it had the underlying gleam of gold. It was unevenly milled and thick on the edge, he showed me. Live for a week as I do, if you can. After 7 days, if you're still alive, I'll grant you any wish your heart desires. I shook my head, thinking the old man had to be crazy. What was he, some kind of genie? My mind flashed to the Beauty and the Beast story, too, however. Hadn't the fairy come to him on a snowy night and made requests? If I declined his offer, what would the consequences be? I shook my head. I was a grown man out here weighing fairy tales. What was wrong with me? Sure, old-timer, it's a deal. What do I need to do? Prick my finger? Promise you my firstborn? Just take the coin, he said, holding it out. But make sure you hang on to it. If you go the full week and lose the coin, well, I can't promise it'll end well for you. I rolled my eyes, reaching for it without thinking. I wasn't really afraid that it might be magic, more concerned that it might be coated in fentanyl or acid or something. I had gloves on, though, and I didn't expect that whatever he had coated it in would get through my leather wraps. I lifted the coin to my eye, looking at it in the dim light of the lamppost, and saw that it was bigger than I had thought it would be. It was the size of a $50, one side picturing a proud king, while the other side a grinning skeleton. The words "Percussum est Della" were printed on the front with "Vivero ve dal mare ab io" emblazoned on the back. I knew that was Latin, but that was all I knew. The coin was old, some ancient edifice of commerce, and as I looked at it in the street lamp, it flashed in my eye with a stabbing pain. The last thing I heard was the old man laughing, and then I fell into darkness for some undetermined amount of time. I was awoken not by my alarm, but by the less than kind tap of a stick on my foot. Hey, I've already told you can't sleep here. Pack it up before I call the cops. I came groggily awake, aware of being cold and slightly damp before anything else. I put a hand up to my eyes, wondering what had been on that coin the old man had given me, and as my vision came into view, I saw a large man in an apron standing over me with a broom. He held it with the blunt end raised, preparing to swing it if I made any sudden moves. I put a hand up and told him that there was some kind of mistake, but when I raised my hand, I saw it was wrapped in threadbare gloves, the same ones that had been holding the coin last night. What's more, my clothes felt scratchy, like bugs had been crawling on me, and as I got up, the man with the broom tensed like he meant to take a swing. I'm serious. Get the hell out of here before I call the cops. I told him I was going, and as I stumbled out of the alley, I saw that it was early morning. there was still ice on the ground, steam coming up through the sewer vents, and people were milling up the sidewalk on their way to work or wherever. I must have looked a mess because they walked past me without a second glance. The man with the broom was watching me from the mouth of the alley that I'd been sleeping in, and made it pretty clear that if I didn't start moving, he was going to make good on his threat to call the police. As I made my way down the street, I was already reaching for my cell phone. I'd call an Uber and get back to my apartment. I was unsurprised to find it was missing, as was my wallet and my house keys. No problem. They had no idea which apartment I lived in, so the key wouldn't do them any good. A car was something I never saw the need to own, so I had no vehicle for them to steal. The old man had gotten away with about $80 from my wallet at the end of the day, and anything he took from my bank account would be returned. I'd go to my apartment and tell them I'd been mugged, and they would help me get into my place. I hoped the old man had a good laugh after drugging and stripping me, leaving me in an alley as he dressed me like a vag and took my stuff. Live a week like us, indeed. I'd be back in my apartment in a matter of minutes. Then the police could show him what it was like to live as an inmate. I was full of indignant rage as I passed in front of the big shop window not far from my house, and that's when I caught sight of myself in the reflection. At first, I thought the old man was taunting me, following me to see what I would do once I woke up. But when I rounded on him to give him a piece of my mind, I realized I was looking at my own reflection. I was the old man, his leathery skin and short gray hair, and I just stood there, touching my face with my hand as I tried to make sense of it. Live as we live for a week, if you can. I suddenly understood that there would be no going back to my apartment. There would be no talking to my bank or getting my phone replaced. I felt something heavy against my left butt cheek, and I reached into the back of my threadbare jeans to find the coin nestled there. I looked at both sides, the Emperor and the skull, and suddenly discovered that I could read the words there. "Thus the deal is struck," read the Emperor. "Live or be damned by it," said the skull. I wanted to fling it into the street, but I remembered what he had said and slipped it back into my pocket. I had noticed something else that both sides had shared. The minting date was a week from now, and that mirrored what the old man had said too. Live for a week as I live, if you can. I nodded. How hard could it be? That first day was probably my high point. I was full of resolve as I walked around the city. I didn't have any luck with breakfast, but that was okay. I didn't see any need to beg. I'd find money if I needed it. Besides, begging would only prove that he was right. I was going to do something with my week, start a new job, or find an honest way to make money. So, I set out to find work. One look at myself was enough to tell me that I'd be turned away from most upscale jobs. I needed a shave and a haircut badly. My clothes were old and stained, and I needed a bath worse than I needed a meal. All these things were outside my grasp without money, but I knew where I might get some of them. I'd heard of the mission shelters. Everyone had heard of them, seen them on the billboards, or heard their commercials. I knew they had clothes I could use, and maybe facilities I could use to take a shower. If I could get myself back to rights, then I could secure employment and not have to beg. I would likely have to spend a night or two in the mission, but I would have a job and money, and I could get back on my feet before the week was out. I came to the mission around 9 and was met at the door by a man with a clipboard. "Good morning. Are you checking in?" "I was hoping to get some clothes for an interview, maybe a shower and some—" "Terrific," the man said, cutting me off. "Are you part of our employment program? You don't look familiar." "Well, no, but I want to use the clothes to gain employment so I can—" "Unfortunately, sir, those clothes are only for people in our employment program, and there is a sizable waiting list for that program. I can get you on that waiting list, but it's likely to be some time before we can—" Started getting a little indignant. "I mean, the clothes are donated. As a taxpayer, those are my taxes at work. I'll bring them back. I just need to look good for an interview." The man's well-crafted smile was beginning to slip. Do you have an interview lined up then? I realized my mistake and admitted that I didn't. Well then, you have no reason to need those clothes. Now, if you'd like to get on our program list, we can do that, but again, that takes time. I was a little put out, the process seeming a little daunting, and I told him I'd like a meal and a shower, if I could. And I want you to have those things too, but if this is your first time here, then we need you to fill out some paperwork so we can get you on our system. If you'll step right over here, we can... Do I need to register for a bowl of soup and a hot shower? I didn't mean to become belligerent, but I was a little put out by the rigmarole. Sir, have you been drinking? I believe I detect alcohol on your breath, and you're becoming quite upset. We can't allow you in if you're inebriated, and you have to be 24 hours sober before you can enter the mission. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave. I said some things then, things I regret now, and I didn't even see the young bruiser who stepped between us as I got in the clipboard man's face. When he tossed me onto the sidewalk, the man with the clipboard saying I wasn't welcome at the mission again, I got creakily to my feet and checked to see if I was all there. Other than some bruises, I was none the worse for wear. I was still hopeful that I could make my way without them, so I set off to find employment. By the end of the first day, I was shivering on a bench in the park that I'd never seen before. The park was less for joggers and bird watchers, and more for drunks and needlers. A pair of them were sharing syringes near an old oak tree not too far away as I tried to get warm under some newspapers I had scavenged. I tried to ignore my empty belly, too, as I lay with the cold wood beneath me. I hadn't eaten much today, just a part of a sandwich I'd found in a garbage can, and I was feeling empty as I tried to sleep. I told myself that tomorrow would be better, and I fell asleep, praying that it would be so. Just 6 more days to go. The next day I woke up ravenous, my head spinning and my mouth dry. It was early, first light, and I knew that if I wanted to eat today, I needed to get some money. As luck would have it, I found something not far from the park. There was a warehouse nearby, and I heard men unloading a truck as they prepared to load up another. I offered to help. Most of the workers looked like scabs anyway, and the guy with the magazine and the cigar told me that he'd beat whatever I broke out of me, and to get to work. I spent a few hours moving boxes from one truck to another, and when the guy came out and told us we were done, he put a $10 bill in my hand and told me thanks. "Come back tomorrow if you want another one," he said. I wanted to be happy as I looked at the crumpled bill, but I realized this wouldn't take me very far if I wasn't careful. I tried to make it last, buying a coffee from a gas station, along with a simple breakfast, but by noon, the 10 was spent. I'd been walking the streets, trying to luck into some grunt work. I found another warehouse offering under-the-table jobs, but as the sun went down and we all came to the office to get paid, it seemed that the boss had left, and we were left with no options but to disperse or answer to the police. I went back to the same park again that night, but the cold after the sun went down was too much to bear in the open. I walked around trying to find somewhere to sleep out of the elements, and at around 2, I found a doorway that lacked the little rubber spikes they usually put out to dissuade homeless from sleeping there. As I shivered in the doorway, I told myself it would only be another 5 days. As I slipped into sleep, I hoped I'd be alive to see the end of those 5 days. The next day, day 3, I finally gave in and began begging. The job I'd found the day before wasn't open, the gates barred, and the snow deep enough to keep the trucks off the road. I was hungry, I was cold, and I didn't dare go back to the mission. So I found the warmest spot I could find and began panhandling. The crowd that morning was small, the snow closing a lot of the businesses, and they weren't overly generous. By the time noon rolled around, I had a few dollars and some change in the can that I'd managed to scoop out of a dumpster. It got me some junk that wasn't very filling, and I walked around looking for work as the snow began to melt. I was a little more wary about taking odd jobs, lest I get taken like the day before. And as the night began to settle and the people made their way home, I once again set up to beg. I was dozing against a wall, feeling weak and tired from the cold, when someone cleared their throat loudly. I opened my eyes to find 2 cops standing over me, looking cold and grumpy. "Move along, sir. You know you can't do that here." He poked my can with his foot, sending it tipping over as the small amount of change rattled out. "I'm not hurting anybody. I'm just hungry." "Doesn't matter. Hungry or not, you can't do that here. Get moving before we move you." I wanted to get indignant, but I simply didn't have the energy. I scooped up the coins and started trudging through the snow again. I didn't know where I was going, but I remembered the old man's words and knew I would lose what precious coins I had if I got arrested. I wasn't even halfway through the week, and I already felt like I might not make it to reap my reward. The next few days were a blur. I remember trying to donate plasma and being turned away for various reasons. I looked for work, but the snow had ground a lot of businesses to a halt. I found warm places that would feed me, churches and soup kitchens, but they weren't equipped to let people stay. I ended up sleeping rough both nights, shivering on stoops or under the slight cover of alleys, my blanket getting soaked in the snow as it melted beneath me. It was the most miserable I'd ever been, and it made me wonder where I'd ever gotten the idea that the homeless of the city were lazy. Looking back on my words to the vagrant, words spoken out of ignorance, I felt a deep sense of shame as I remembered how I had talked to him. He was just trying to get a meal, just trying to survive or find somewhere that wasn't a chilly bench to sleep for the night. And all I had seen was a leech trying to get fat off the hard work of others. As I lay beside a dumpster Friday night, watching people drink in the warm light of a familiar bar, I knew I'd never make that mistake again. Saturday dawned cold and dark, the snow melt making the ice thick on the sidewalks as the world came awake again. I had some luck after helping the owner of the store I was sleeping beside clear the ice from the front of the stoop. He patted my shoulder, giving me a plastic bag of sandwiches he was about to throw away. I marveled at them, counting about 12 of the plastic-wrapped squares, and he even threw in a cup of coffee to go along with it. I tried to tell him it was too much, but he waved his hands and laughed. "You're doing me a favor, really. Those sandwiches were going to go in the garbage before I almost busted my ass on that slick sidewalk. If you can get some use out of them, more power to you. Take them with my thanks." By 10, I had eaten about 5 of them, the coffee long gone, and I felt full for the first time in quite a while. It was something I had taken for granted, that feeling of being nearly too full. But as I sat in the park, my blanket keeping the worst of the snow from soaking into me, it felt good to be here again. I had refilled the coffee cup from a nearby fountain, and as I drank water and soaked up the sunshine, I felt pretty good about the direction I was going. "Hey, friend!" came a familiar voice, and my eyes snapped open as I started to bolt. It was a man in similar dress, his face scraggly from many days of beard growth, and he was smiling through his remaining teeth at me. I could smell him between the 10 feet that separated us, but it wasn't an altogether unpleasant smell. He simply smelled earthy as opposed to bad, stale in a way that made me think he was taking care of his clothes when he could, and the jacket he wore bulged humorously, making me think he wore at least 2. "Whoa there, didn't mean to scare you. I was just wondering if I could trade you for one of them sandwiches. I've got some of them vitamin C packs from the free clinic. You could mix them with your water and get something nice to drink to go along with your full belly." He was holding out a crumpled silver packet with the words "Emergency" on the front, and I nodded as I held out a ham and cheese for him. He smiled again, asking if he could sit as he tore into the sandwich with gusto. He had clearly not been eating well, and I realized that must have been the way I had torn into the first one that I'd eaten earlier. "Name's Carter. Good to meet you, friend. Haven't seen you around. Are you new in town?" I told him I was, since it wasn't technically a lie. He laughed and told me I'd picked a heck of a time to come to town. It was the worst snowstorm they had seen in a long time, and the homeless guys were having a hell of a time keeping warm. Between the mission and their paperwork, and the cops and their endless rage for guys just trying to get by, And the shopkeepers, not wanting us in their alleys or stoops, it's getting hard to find a place to lay your head most nights. A few others had wandered over to see who Carter was talking to, and they traded some food for the sandwiches as well. I ended up giving away a few of them, and as the afternoon stretched on, they all decided to migrate somewhere to find warmth for the night. I told them good night, meaning to find my own place to sleep, but Carter called my name before they left the park and asked if I was coming. "There's always room for one more around the fire," he said. I spent that night sitting in an alley that was in the middle of a four-way intersection of buildings. It cut the wind nicely, and someone had secured a tarp to keep the snow off of us. The barrels here had coals burning in them, and the people who stayed here had created a kind of oasis in the swirling snow. "It's not much, but it's better than nothing," Carter said. I spent the evening in the company of other cast-offs, laughing and sharing food around as we warmed ourselves by the fires that glowed throughout the night. Someone had a guitar, other people told stories. I fell asleep against a wall in the best shape I'd been in for the last 5 days. I wished I had known these people from the start, and wished I had found a place from the very first day. But I was introspective enough to know that I would have insulted them at the start of this strange journey. This was a place I had come to naturally, a state of mind I had reached on my own, and as I slipped into a blissful slumber, I hoped it wouldn't simply disappear when I woke up, like some kind of dream. I wish it had now. The alternative was a lot worse. I woke up to the sounds of people yelling and running. One of the barrels had been turned over, the coals making smoke as they tried to catch a sleeping bag on fire. People were screaming, scooping up what they could as people moved in the dancing shadows with purpose. I shivered beneath my blanket, certain we were being attacked by demons, but as the shapes got closer, I saw they were police officers. They had discovered our camp, and now they were taking away our one refuge from the cold. I sat as still as I could, trying to be unseen, and when they moved away, I made a break for the nearest alley. I saw flashing lights and heard someone yell at me, but I just kept kicking up snow as I ran for my life. The sun was turning the horizon a hopeful pink, but I just kept moving. When people got in my way, I went around them. When bus stops or stoops rose up to block me, I moved around them too. I didn't dare stop until the sun beat down on my neck, and only then it was because I just couldn't go anymore. My legs were tired, my head spinning from overexertion, and when I flopped down onto the bench in a bus shell, I was out of breath. I kept trying to make sense of what had happened, but it just wouldn't mesh in my brain. Why had they come after us? We weren't hurting anyone. We were just looking for a warm place to gather. They had come in like we were terrorists, and I hoped that Carter and some of the others that I had met had made it away. I didn't know how long I sat there, but as my stomach started to growl, I knew I would need food. I thought I might put out my hat and try to get some money. The longer I sat there with my eyes closed, the more I wondered what the point was. The oasis now felt like a dirty trick. They'd allowed me a moment of happiness so they could pull the rug out from under me, just as I thought I might have found something better. I almost preferred the uncertainty of not knowing what to expect. As the day passed, I continued to sit on the cold metal bench. What was the point after all? If everything could change in a second, if all safety was an illusion, then why do anything? "Enjoying your new life, Alicia?" I jumped, realizing someone had sat down next to me. I opened my eyes and realized it was me. I looked exactly the same as I always did in the mirror, but I realized that it had to be the old man, pretending to be me. As I sat here, day had become night, and just like that, we had passed 7 days. I'd done it, had weathered the storm, and I like to hope I was a better person for it. Just basking in my newfound sense of understanding, I answered, realizing it was true. I took the grubby coin out of my pocket and held it in my hand, finding a strange warmth coming from it as we sat in the chill. "Well, you made it, and a deal is a deal. What will you wish for, now that you have all this knowledge?" I put the coin in his hand, feeling the warmth transfer between us. "I want the means to make sure no one else has to live like this. I want to help people, even if it's just in this town." Is that too vague? He closed his hand around the coin, and I felt that warmth radiate through my stomach. "I can work with that." I closed my eyes, and suddenly, I was me again. I was sitting there as if waiting for a bus, and when I got up, I knew what I had to do. It was hard starting out, but the backers came, and as the money came, I slowly fed them. Slowly, I brought them off the street and gave them a place to stay. A decade ago, I took a coin from a beggar. Today, I own one of the largest shelters in the city. There are no confusing forms, no prerequisites, no red tape. We feed those who are hungry. We house those in need. And when I see the hope in their eyes, I know my wish has come true. I woke up to find that Gale still hadn't come back. Well, I guess that's not entirely true. He came back, but he left me a note. I woke up to a rumbling belly and a full bladder. After taking care of my various needs, I came back to the sleeping area with a waffle sandwich and a cup of OJ. If you've never made one of these before, they're pretty easy to make. Take 2 waffles, mine are plain, but you do you, and cook bacon, eggs, cheese, and whatever spices you're going to use, then put it on a waffle. Add syrup or whatever. I added blackberry jam and consume. It's pretty tasty. I sat the orange juice down before I noticed the note. I slid it out from under the juice and saw that it was from Gale. His handwriting's pretty distinct, and I munched on the sandwich as I read the note. I found my appetite leaving pretty quick, though. I'd expected him to say that he needed some time, that he was sorry for what he had done, and how he was ashamed of killing the man. I didn't think he really had anything to be sorry for, personally, but people accept things in their own way. If Gale needed some time, then I sure as hell wasn't going to get in his way. I'd sit here and wait for him, and when he came back, I'd show him the journal from Celine, and everything would be good again. He'd be excited, and we'd strike out to find her, and then we'd find a way out of these stores and back to reality. What I read, however, was closer to a Dear John letter. Gale was leaving, and he might not come back. This is hard for me, but I need some space. I've been intending to leave for a little while now, but I feel you need to know why. I know you've recognized the slips when I talk to you, and as much as I'd like to use you as a replacement for my son, that's not fair to either of us. You just remind me so much of him, and it hurts me sometimes to be around you. It makes me miss him. It makes my soul hurt. It makes me realize that I've been scared to really go looking for him. So that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna go look for Rudy, or what's left of him. I'm going into the ceiling. I'm going back to where it all began for me, and I'm gonna find him. Don't come in after me, and please don't blame yourself. This is something I should have done the day after he went into the ceiling, and I'm a coward for waiting this long. I don't want to gloss over what happened with the old man, because that was a big part of this decision. When he jumped on me, I was squished and lost my breath. As I lay there trying to get my bearings, I looked up, and for half a second it was like watching him choke Rudy. I could see his face, your face, as it turned purple, his eyes, your eyes, bulging out, and I acted in a blind rage. I've never killed another living person, never even really been in a fight, but killing that old man makes me feel bad. He was protecting himself as much as I was protecting you, and I just can't get over what I did. I went back after I'd calmed down and wrapped him in his flimsy blankets before setting it on fire and giving him a proper send-off. I tried dragging him through the door, but he was still dead. You can add that to your rules, I guess. Dead stays dead. There's no changing that. I laid him to rest, though, and doused him in enough lighter fluid to set half the store on fire. His trash burned with him, so maybe give FF a little while before you go back. Though I can't think of any reason why you would. Keep traveling. Keep learning. Keep searching. Find a way out of here. If I can come back, I will. For better or worse, I'm gonna see my son. Good luck to you, Alphabet Man. Good luck to you, my friend. Gale. I read it until the tears falling out of my eyes smeared the words. I threw the remains of my sandwich towards the back of the store. It had turned to ash in my mouth. Gale was gone. For better or worse, he was gone, and I was alone. I reached for the journal, wanting to throw it into the store as well, but couldn't bring myself to do it. It was precious knowledge, and it might help me find someone else who was trapped here. If Celine was still here somewhere, then I owed it to Gale to find her and try to help her out. It's what he would have wanted, after all. So I packed up some things, the journal being among them, but when I picked up the bag that the journal had been in, I felt something else in the front pocket. It turned out to be a second journal, this one older and held together with rubber bands. The spine had disintegrated, and it was just paper held between a cover at this point. It smelled foul, and I supposed it had belonged to the old hermit. He had likely stuck it in here for safekeeping, and I wondered if Celine's journal had been how we learned to travel through the stores. I didn't really want to sit down for long enough to read right now, so I tucked it away and decided I'd come back to it later. I went back to KK first, hoping Gale might have lost his nerve, but not expecting that he would have. I saw the familiar store, the chaos of the moved items and tossed aside merchandise, and it was hard to miss the open ladder in the middle of the floor. Gale had made good on his promise, it seemed, and now he had gone into whatever lay above. Whether or not I'd ever see him again, I didn't know, but I left a message on the door just in case. If he came back, I wanted him to know where to find me. Gale, meet me at the hub if you get this. Celine, you don't know me, but I'm friends with Gale. If you see this, stay here, and I'll come back sometimes to check. I have your journal, so if you see me, I'm a friend. Not sure what else to do. I started traveling again. I had no clue where I was going, but I knew that I wanted to make notes on all the places I could see. I wanted to make a complete folio of the stores, a guide to find particular places, and I knew that I'd have to explore to make that happen. It made me feel like a pioneer, charting a map for those who might come after me, though I wondered how they would ever get it. Would someone find it on my corpse one day, stuffed in a tattered old bag that had laid somewhere for a long time? Who knew, but it was something to do, and I was up for the task. I went back to the start, the destroyed remains of my first store, and made my way back from there. I had kind of flown through them on my first trip, taking in little and just plunging in for the sake of moving. I wrote down everything, made notes on all the stores I visited, and committed as much as I could to my phone for backup. I'm probably going to post more complete documents at some point, but for now, I'll probably leave it to little snippets. The stores are pretty creative, and not all of them are uninhabited, as I've mentioned. Not by people, though I've noticed things or spirits or something in some of these places. Here, I'll tell you about a few of the stores I've seen in my travels, since otherwise this might be a little dull for an update. D. Designation low danger. People 0. Food plentiful but weird. Theme: a Dollar General store where pets are people and people are pets. D is a perfectly normal store, but the roles of human and pet are reversed. The tags on the clothes, the models on the products, the advertisements, they all feature anthropomorphic animals. The pet food cans feature naked people looking at the camera in a lost and confused way. I've never seen any of the residents of this place, and I hope not to. The food here is edible, but it tastes like pet food. There's a lot of chicken and fish on the shelves, and all the cereal appears to be kibble. E. Designation moderate to high danger. People 0. Food limited but present. Theme: the floor is lava store. E has a floor that is made partially of lava. Some of it is normal floor, but you'll turn a corner and suddenly, bam, there's a river of lava. The music here is just the sound of lava flow, and it's stiflingly hot. The shelves contain food, but the lava flow will change directions sometimes, and it's dangerous to stay here for too long. The floor seems immune to the lava flow, and it's fine once the lava goes away. The food here is mostly spicy stuff, but it is edible. The walls of the store are made of rock, and it's like being in an active volcano. I haven't been brave enough to touch the lava to make sure it's hot, but it will burn other things. When I tossed a journal into the flow, it devoured it, and it wasn't on the floor when it left. F. Designation: low to moderate danger. People: 4 to 5 creatures. Theme: the TV store. F is one of the stores with inhabitants. The beings who live here are dressed as normal Dollar General employees, but their heads are TVs. They mostly ignore you, but if you tap on them and they turn around to look at you, their faces are all staticky, so it's hard to tell if they're looking at you or not, but it's like you can feel their eyes on you sometimes. The weird thing is that all the food is in the TVs. The shelves are full of old-fashioned TV sets, and the food comes in the form of commercials. When you see the food you want, you reach into the TV set and take it. Sometimes it's fully cooked, sometimes it's frozen, but it's always real food. It's like that in every department, too. I pulled an entire futon out of one of them the other day, and I suspect that Gale had been using this one to stock up his safe house. Unlike the other stores, the TVs always seem to have products on hand, so they don't run out, if you don't mind being patient. That's just a few of the stores I explored today, but they really do seem to be infinite. It's lonely now, traveling by myself, but I've been trying to leave behind signs in case Celine is still wandering around. I've been using the break rooms like Gale did and letting her know where I've been and what I've seen. I make trips back to KK a lot to look for Gale, but he hasn't shown up yet. I climbed the ladder the other day, just climbed to the top and stood there, staring into the darkness. If I were braver, I would have gone in after him. If I was braver, the last message might have been my last update. I stayed for a while, just thinking about what I was going to do. I had the infinite to explore, a huge number of stores to see and catalog, but it all seemed so pointless to me. It's like the cell phones we carry. They can access a nearly infinite amount of knowledge, but thinking about it is kind of a lot. We use it to watch videos of cats or argue with each other, because the idea of accessing the infinite knowledge there is outside our understanding. We don't like to think about the infinite. It's too big. It defies our understanding, so we scrape away at it rather than just dive in. I could go anywhere, do anything, but my brain was telling me to sit and wait while it tried to understand all my options. That's why I was sitting in KK, laying on the front counter actually, when the last thing I expected to happen happened. The front doors slid open. It was sudden and nearly silent. I almost missed it, honestly, but it was the slight squeal of hinges at the end that turned my head. The door was open, the outside nothing but grainy darkness that seemed to move as I watched it. There was a lamppost out there, the only light to be seen, and the longer I looked at it, the more I knew why the moths had circled them. It was beautiful, almost too much to resist, and as I lay there looking at it, I wondered why I was resisting. Why did I have to stay here? This place was just more of the same. But the outside was something new. What wonders might I find out there? It's still open, inviting me outside while I write this. I put some food in my bag, some water, and a few other things. I'm preparing to go outside. I don't know if I'll be back again. I don't know if my phone will work out there, but if I can, I will. Maybe I'll find Gail out there. Maybe I'll even find Kenneth. Who knows? Till next time. Hey there, everybody. I know there are quite a few of you because the greatest thing happened when I walked outside. I could see your comments. I know that you can see my stories. I can't really post replies for some reason. It keeps refusing or saying something went wrong, but I'm glad to know that I'm not just yelling into a void. I want you all to know that all your advice, all your love, all your comments have meant so much to me, and they've helped me out here in the outside more than you know. When I walked out that door and my phone spent about 10 minutes making chime noises for new comments that hadn't come through, it scared the crap out of me. But once I got somewhere safe and started reading them, it really gave me the strength to keep going and explore this place. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, I know. Let me start from the beginning. So I walked through the door and into the outside. The door shut behind me after I'd taken about 10 steps, but when it did, something weird happened. It had been pitch black up until that point. The only light was the one that came from the open door, and when it closed, I was stuck in total blackness. I mean, like, unable to see my hand in front of my face darkness. That was about the time my phone started going nuts, and I had to fish it out of my pocket and put it on silence real quick. I didn't know what sort of monsters or creatures might be out here, and I didn't want to make myself an easy target right off the bat. I had just found the silent switch, the little thing vibrating like my table was ready at Texas Roadhouse, and just stood there for a moment, basking in the backlight of the screen. It was a picture of me at Comic-Con a few years ago, standing between my two friends who were dressed as Marvel heroes, and every time I went to switch the screen off, I found I couldn't. I was like a moth staring at a bug zapper, fully aware that the light might bring danger, but unable to stop myself from looking. That's when I noticed the battery ticking down, something I hadn't had to worry about in a while, and decided to turn it off. There would be nowhere to plug it in out here, at least I didn't think there would be, so I decided to save the battery for as long as I could. Once the light was out, I noticed the slight light in the distance ahead. It was dim, like a light seen through a window, but it was the only light I had, so I started following it. As I walked, it started getting bigger, and the closer I got, the more I started feeling drafts of air and smelling sharp and sulfurous smells. I started hearing things too, noises like rocks grinding together, and when the ground started going up, I thought I might be underground. The walls were rocky, the floor hard but not uneven, and when I came out into the light, I had to squint against the strange yellow sun. The above ground wasn't much of an improvement from the cave. The ground was dark-colored rock, the sky a pissy yellow with a sun that looked like it had been drawn by a 5-year-old. The rumbling turned out to be these large mountainous creatures that rose into the sky and grumbled along the ground like earthquakes. I found that I still had my backpack, my charger, the tools I had brought, and the small amount of food that was still in there, so at least I wasn't likely to starve right away. I really didn't want to leave the little cave I was in, but I didn't seem to have much of a choice. I could either stay here for 2 or 3 days and starve, or I could take my chances and maybe find something out in wherever I was. It didn't take me long to decide to take a chance. Day 1. I mostly tried to see what was close to the cave on day 1, I keep calling it a cave, but it's more like a subway entrance, I guess. The cave comes out of the ground with a long walkway and up to the surface where it opens onto the sky. I decided it might make a good shelter, so I stuck close. I found some wood, but it's more like tree bark fashioned into a tree. It's incredibly thin, and it snaps off from the ground when you pull on it. It burns when you light it. I only had to touch the flame to it, and I had to collect a lot of it to get a fire that lasted more than a few minutes. It smells greasy when it burns, and the heat it makes is a little unpleasant. I found some mushrooms, big ones with black tops and white undersides, and after steeling my courage, I found them to be edible. They tasted a little rubbery, but they didn't make me sick, and they didn't make me hallucinate, so they would make a good food source, I decided. I cooked a little, and it tasted pretty good. What's more, the stalks burn really well, and I mixed in some with the wood so I could make a fire for the night. There's a pool of water nearest to the cave. It tastes like sulfur, but it's kind of drinkable. Gives me terrible burps, but it's better than dehydration, I guess. I haven't seen any animals, except for the big hill things, and that's kind of good. I don't really have any weapons on me. Besides the chain I swiped from the automotive and a chair leg I tore off a display table, so I'm kind of glad I don't have to fight anything. There may be some away from the cave, I guess, but I won't know until I leave it. The dark kind of comes on all at once, and unfortunately I was cooking mushrooms for dinner when it hit. I'm assuming that the light I saw from the cave was dawn, so daylight lasts around 9 or 10 hours, roughly. I left my phone switched off to conserve battery life, so it's hard to tell. I'd say it's no more than 12 at the longest. I'm sitting next to my fire and eating roasted mushroom, so I'm going to turn the phone off again and write more tomorrow. Note: I fell asleep for a little bit, but I woke up and heard something scrabbling around near the mouth of the cave. I don't know if it smelled me or if it's interested in my fire, but I've got my chair leg out and I'm ready for whatever. Second note: I think it went away. I'm trying to stay awake, but I'm getting tired. Gonna switch off the phone again. Day 2. Didn't sleep well after whatever it was came to visit. I packed up some mushrooms in a Ziploc bag and put some of the wood into my backpack with the stalks. Then I set out towards the smelly water I found yesterday. I could stay here long term, I suppose, but I'd like to see more of the place. Like the Dollar General, it kind of makes me want to explore. So, I've set out to see what I can find. Wherever I am, it's a strange place. There are buttes and valleys, rivers and ponds of the same smelly, sulfurous water, and there are whole forests of mushrooms. I saw some birds earlier, but they flew away from me. I've seen other little crevices that lead into the earth, but they all end in dead ends. Maybe those dead ends are doors to Dollar Generals. I don't know, but none of them would open up, so I'm stuck traveling. I saw 3 crevices today, and I walked until it started getting dark. I'm guessing that I walked about 3 miles. I'm camping again inside one of the crevices, and I've made a pretty big fire for tonight. I'm hoping it keeps any curious critters at bay, but we shall see. Hopefully. Day 3. No visitors last night. Slept as well as you can on a stone floor with a lumpy backpack as a pillow. I'm seeing some kind of mountains in the near distance that aren't moving, so I'm heading towards that. Let's hope it isn't just one of those things sleeping. This place is weird, but it seems like it has some kind of routine to it. Day and night, ecosystems, life, so I guess maybe I can stay here for as long as it takes me to get somewhere. The mushrooms I see come in 3 different varieties that I've found. The blacktop ones taste like portobellos and are edible. The slightly smaller ones have a smell to them that makes me think they might not be edible, and I can't get close enough to find out. The red ones with the spots are definitely not meant to be eaten, but they burn for hours, so I've been using them as a fuel source. They all grow somewhere near the brackish water, so They clearly need it to live. Speaking of, the rivers are easier to drink from than the pools. If it's moving, it seems to filter out some of the taste, but if it sits too long, it starts to taste gross. Other than the birds, I have seen these wild rat things that live in the mushroom forest. They seem to be able to get close to the white mushrooms, but I don't know how. They don't like me, and they run away anytime they see me. Other than that, the sky is kind of yellow and heat shimmery. The sun is still a big old yellow lemon drop, and the temperature seems to be a constant balmy 98 until sunset, when it drops to around 90. It's humid and kind of unpleasant, but what are you gonna do, right? Day 4. Had another visitor last night in the wee hours. The silhouette looked vaguely human, but I didn't get a good enough look. It was weird. It made my skin crawl how closely it watched me. I don't know what to make of it, but it clearly has some intelligence. I've decided to keep on the move so it can't figure out my routine and trap me in what it thinks of as my home. I found 3 more caves today, and in one of them, I found Kenneth. Well, I found what was left of Kenneth. I also discovered something that I'll have to keep an eye out for in the caves. So I was heading into one of the crevices, as I usually did when I stumbled across something in my way. After discovering that the red stalks burn the longest, I've been saving some of them for torches, and now I don't have to go stumbling through the caves and wondering what might be in there. My phone's at 60% after the nightly journal entries, so I've started keeping the usage to a minimum. I still haven't seen anything to plug it into, and it's my only way to update you guys on my journey. By the light of my fungus torch, I saw the bones of something that looked vaguely human. It was wearing flannel, the jeans ripped beyond recognition, but the name tag on the front was unmistakable. I suppose it's possible there could be 2 people out here named Kenneth, but it seemed unlikely. I heard something scratching near the back of the cave and took a step back out of sheer reflex, something I'm pretty sure saved my life. The black creature smashed into the bones, sending them scattering across the cave, and before I took off in the opposite direction, I saw a smooth black body with an eyeless, bullet-shaped head and a mouth full of long, sharp teeth. I don't think it sees very well, though, because when I lit out running, it started shredding Kenneth's clothes instead of chasing me. I made it out, but needless to say, I stayed in a different cave that night. A cave I checked thoroughly for more of those weird creatures. Day 5. I saw into one of the stores today. I was exploring another one of the caves, the ones not having a slobbering beast in it, and I thought I saw a light through the rock. I rubbed at the rock and discovered it was actually glass. It was filthy, but as I rubbed it away, I realized I was looking into one of the stores. It wasn't a DGB I was familiar with, and the floor didn't have one of my marks on it, but it was clearly a Dollar General. Despite my best efforts, the door would not open, and I was forced to camp here for the night. The doors at no point opened. Day 6. I saw one of the miasmas today. Luckily, it did not see me. I'm beginning to think I got lucky both times. I was scrounging for supplies in a mushroom grove when something came stomping along not far away. I got low, thinking it might be one of those giant mountain things I'd seen, but then up came 30 feet of undulating shadow that blotted out the pissy yellow sun as it went by. I couldn't do much beyond keeping low, and when it finally passed without noticing me, I took my leave. Day 7. I've made 2 new discoveries regarding this place. The first is that it rains. The rain is green. It looks like fat cartoon drops of paint. Unlike night, it doesn't simply begin. Kinda starts up like normal rain before getting harder. I was walking when it started, and I managed to find a mushroom cap to use as an umbrella until I could make it to a cave. The second discovery was a little more jarring. The rain hurts. The first drop that hit me made me jump, and it left a big red mark on my arm. I've never experienced acid rain before, but that's the closest I can come to explaining it. As I looked for something to hide under, I caught a few more on the back of my neck, and I wiped them away with a hiss of discomfort. Strangely, once I was under the mushroom, it didn't burn the fungi. I took a few more hits as I yanked it up, but I was safe from the downpour as it started falling around me. I'm safe in a cave now, and it doesn't show any signs of stopping. I'm hoping the rain hurts anything that might be outside the cave, too, and I've checked the inside for predators and found nothing. Looks like I'm going to be here for a while, so I might as well get comfortable. Till next time. Well, the rain is still coming down, and I'm sitting here watching it fall. It's been a day since the last post, and I've been stuck here thanks to the burning rain. I've been enjoying your comments, sparingly of course, since I don't want to kill my phone, but this morning I found something to occupy my time besides watching the raindrops. I had completely forgotten about the other journal until today, but I found it again when I was looking for supplies in my bag. Somewhere between a bag of crushed chips and a honey bun, I found the smaller journal that I had found in Celine's journal. It was little more than a battered notebook, and it looked like it had been through hell. I still had Celine's journal in the front pocket. I was still hoping to show it to Gail, but I'd almost forgotten about this one. I didn't have much else to do, so I cracked it open and started reading. When I was done, I felt that the info was worth a little battery power to share. The journal is from Jasper, another victim traveler through the Dollar General beyond. Jasper, unlike the rest of us, wasn't looking for a way out. Jasper was looking for someone I had read about before. Jasper was looking for his grandson, Jacob. January 10th, 1991. That date is just a guess, but it's the best guess I have. Jacob and I have been stuck inside the Dollar General beyond for the last 4 days. It all started because I had to use the bathroom. Jacob didn't want to come with me. He was a big boy and too old to go to the bathroom with his pawpaw, but 5 years old isn't really a safe age to just leave him outside while I do my business. So we stepped in and, to our surprise, stepped back out into another Dollar General. I thought I might be having a senior moment for a second, but when we turned around and walked back through the door, we were in a Dollar General again, instead of a bathroom. We found the doors locked and couldn't get anyone to help us. So we made ourselves comfortable until they opened the next day. None of the food packages were in a language I could read, but the food eats okay, and we didn't imagine we would be here longer than a night. After 4 days, I have to believe we've slipped into some kind of Twilight Zone place. Jacob thought it was funny when I told him we were stuck here, but I started to notice that the food doesn't replenish itself. Jacob is building models and coloring, but the more I observe, the more I'm worried that we might starve here. I keep hoping we'll wake up and find that everything's back to normal, but the longer it goes on, the less hope I have. The story was a familiar one at first. Jasper tested the place they were in, looking for a way out, and Jacob kept busy with toys and things. The two were fine at first, but I could definitely sympathize with Jasper when he talked about food eventually running out. When I didn't know how the place worked, I had obsessed over how much food I would have before I ran out, and I knew how that weighed on a person. They stayed in the DGB for about a week and a half before the entries changed, and it all seemed to kick off with the disappearance of Jacob. January 20th. Jacob's gone. I woke up and he's nowhere to be found. I've looked everywhere, every conceivable place, but I can't find him. I'm frantic, looking under every shelf and behind every box, but my grandson is just gone. I don't understand where he went or how he could have left. The doors never open and no one ever comes or goes, but I do seem to recall something from the night before, the longer I think about it. It was something almost out of a dream, something half-remembered, but I think it might be a memory. If it is, then I know what I have to do, but I don't really understand how to go about it. Jacob woke up saying he needed to go to the bathroom, and I rolled over without thinking about it. Is it possible that he went through the bathroom door and crossed somewhere else like we did when we got here? It looks like I'll have to find out. I looked up as a loud rumble sent flashes through the sky. It had been raining for a little while, but this was the first time I had seen lightning. I didn't know if it signified anything, but it didn't seem to be affecting the rain at all, so I went back to reading. Threw a little more kindling on the fire, the red stalks burning nicely, and went back to the journal. It appeared that Jasper had begun traveling as he searched for his grandson. January 21st. Still no sign of Jacob. I've been to 3 different stores and I can't find him. I did notice that in the stores I came to, some items were missing that he likes to eat, so maybe he moved on after eating a little. He's only 4. I don't know what he's thinking. Maybe he's panicking after going through and he doesn't understand or something. I don't know, but I wish he would stop. I'm so worried about him, and it's not good for my condition. I'm kind of hoping to find one of these stores with a pharmacy in it, because as it stands, I have enough pills to last me a few weeks, but that's it. I have to figure something out in the meantime. The journaling helps, but it's the only thing I have sometimes that tethers me to the present. I need my meds. I need Jacob, or I might have bigger problems than being stuck. Pills. I wondered what pills he was talking about, but I also wondered how he kept his journal on him while he traveled. Did he have some sort of innate ability? Maybe, as I guessed from the talk of pills, he had some sort of altered mental state that made his travel possible. Either way, it was interesting to read about it from someone else's point of view. I had enjoyed hearing Celine talk about her journey, and hearing from this old guy now kind of made it even cooler. January 24th, I think. I've been traveling non-stop, trying to catch up to Jacob. I don't know how this works, but I haven't seen any sign of him for a while. The last time I went, I just collapsed in a store, and thank goodness it was a safe one. I went to one yesterday that was a cave, and I found a creature living in it that almost got me. Thankfully, it isn't very quick, or I'd have been a dead old man. I know that Jacob is out there, however. I will find him, hopefully before it's too late. He wrote a lot, and I realized that he traveled farther than Celine or I had. He talked about stores both familiar and stores that I'd never even dreamed of. He saw a Dollar General that was in a forest. The animals there wearing little vests and stocking shelves with products brought in by birds. He talked about a store where the products tried to bite you and seemed hostile. He talked about encountering miasmas of his own and how terrified he was that Jacob might have run across one of them. And all the while I began to fear for his mental state. His writing got less and less coherent as he went, and I wondered what was going on with him. Then I turned a page, and a label fell out that resolved one particular mystery. He had abandoned the dates by this point, but I could understand that. It was hard to tell dates and days when you were traveling, but he laid the label in here like a bookmark. Maybe he was afraid of losing it. Maybe he just wanted to save the page. I don't know, but what followed was enlightening. I ran out of meds today. Doesn't seem to matter. They weren't helping. I need to find Jack, but I can't find any sign of him at all. Was it Jack I was looking for? I think so. He's just a little guy. He's going into the 3rd grade. I need to find him before his Cub Scout meeting starts. I don't know where I am, but it seems like I've been here long enough that it's hard to remember where I was going or where I've been. The journal helps sometimes. Reading it now, it seems like I'm looking for Jacob, not Jack. Jack is my son. Jack has grown up, not a little kid. Jacob is Jack's son, my grandson, and he's lost. I'll sleep now, but I need to find him soon. I picked up the label that had fluttered out, and it turned out to be from a pill bottle. Doneprazil was not a name I was familiar with, but the instructions were for the treatment of dementia symptoms. That explained a lot. If the hermit had been suffering from dementia, then maybe his state had deteriorated over time and he had become feral. Traveling couldn't cure him, but it could help prevent the dementia from killing him. There was still so much about this place I didn't understand, but the longer I stayed here, the more I felt I could handle it. I kept reading, but it got bleaker the longer it went on. Today I found a store where it snowed inside. There were snowmen wearing vests. They tried to get me, but I ran. No sign of Jacob. Today I saw a store full of water, but I could breathe the water. It was fun, but still no Jacob. Found a store made of candy. Jack would have liked it. Where did he go? I could have swore he was with me when I got here. The book was full of little messages like that, just quick asides about where he was going and what was there. I made some notes in my own journal, jotting down stores to look out for in the future, if I ever got back inside. I think I will, but it's just a feeling. I didn't think I could get out until a few days ago, but here I am, in the outside. I kept turning pages and reading passages, but it wasn't until I saw something about going back that I stopped and read what he'd written. It was the most coherent his writing had been in a while, and it gave me hope that maybe he had found his meds. False hope, in the end, though. Back home, back where it all began. It started when I traveled somewhere I probably shouldn't have. I don't know how long I've been moving or how long I've been traveling, but I came across something terrible today. It was so bad that I may never travel again, even if it means that Jacob is lost to me forever. Today I found the end of the stores. At least I think so. I've been moving quickly between stores, feeling my mental stability eroding like a stone in a river. I'm afraid that, journal or not, eventually I won't be able to remember anything. Jacob, Jack, Rose, my house, my time in the army, everything would be gone, and I would just be a husk of myself. I keep going, not having any goal in mind, and eventually I found something I shouldn't have. I left a perfectly normal Dollar General, the only real difference being that all the products were written in a weird language and came out onto a plane of perfect darkness. The floor floated like the tiles were levitating, and they glowed like a kid's nightlight. Between the tiles were nothing but darkness. Above me was nothing but darkness, and amidst the shelves of rock and weird fungi, I saw a multi-faced crystal that hung above the floor. It was green, an emerald diamond with so many faces that it made me dizzy, and I knew that I had to get back. It was important, too important to just leave here, but I have no idea how I knew that. When I walked towards it, though, I saw something moving in the darkness and realized I wasn't alone. It's hard to wrap my brain around, but the darkness there was so deep, so perfect, that the black creatures I'd seen coming out of the ceiling sometimes looked like purple clouds next to it. They moved around in red-eyed patrol, their heads moving fitfully to take in everything, and they were so big that I couldn't understand it. I went to the Empire State Building once when I was younger, right before I went to basic, and the smallest of them was bigger than it. The eyes swam in the sky like meteors, and before I had taken a single step, I was filled with an intense fear. I took a step back towards the door, and when I did, I remembered something I hadn't thought about in a long time. I remembered Jacob building things with Legos. He built little cities and buses, whole landscapes of bricks, and then he pretended to be a giant as he destroyed them with big comical footsteps. Looking up at these things, I felt like what that must have been like when the little people saw him as he boomed over them. And when I stepped back through the door, I came out in the store we had left. I don't know how I did it. Maybe it's something you can only do when you come to the end. Either way, I think my traveling days are done. I don't know where Jacob is. I don't know what's become of him, but when I stand before that door and think about leaving, all I see are those towering creatures that lived in that dark place, and I lose my nerve. I don't know what I'll do, but I know that it will have to be from here, from now on. There were a few more entries that I could read, but most of it was unintelligible after a while. He drew pictures sometimes, but sometimes it was just streaks and half-words and weird knot sentences. His mental state fell apart after a few weeks or months or however long, and eventually he just stopped using the journal at all. Who knows how long he had been here, but I know how he had ended, and I thought now that it might have been a mercy. The old hermit, Casper, probably would have thanked us for ending his suffering. Or maybe he wouldn't have. Who's to say? At some point while I was reading, it seems the rain has stopped. I'm going to catch some Z's and then keep moving. I'll update you next time, my friends on the other side. Until then, keep your eyes peeled for strange bathrooms in stranger retail chains. See ya. Hey guys, I'm sure it's been a while, but I keep telling you that time doesn't really mean much out here. Let's pick up where we left off, because a lot has happened since I last talked to you. I don't want to spoil anything for you, but I've made some pretty big discoveries. So after spending the night reading the Hermit's Journal, I woke up the next day feeling strange. I know that probably sounds a little weird, since I'm walking around a strange place that exists inside a Dollar General, but it was a feeling in the pit of my stomach. It just wouldn't go away. It felt like I had the beginnings of a stomach flu, but it wasn't altogether unpleasant. I'm gonna get a little personal here. Do you know how sometimes you have to poop, but you don't because it feels kind of good? Yeah, maybe you don't, but it felt like that. Strange still, the feeling in my gut seemed to be acting like a compass. As I put my backpack on and started walking out of the cave, I could feel it pulling me towards a large grove of mushrooms. I have been sort of wandering aimlessly, not really going in any particular direction, but this feeling felt directed. I had no real destination in mind, no direct path that I'd been taking, so I decided to follow it. What's the worst that could happen, right? I stopped to get a drink from a nearby stream and found that the water wasn't as brackish as it had been in the area that I left. It didn't taste good, it still smelled and was kind of soupy, but it didn't make my stomach hurt or give me the sulfur burps. It didn't make the feeling in my gut go away either, so I figured it might not be relevant to what I'd been eating or drinking. Maybe there were different biomes out here, and if I traveled far enough, maybe I'd find a different one. Maybe I'd find one with pork chop bushes and steak trees too, because I'm getting pretty tired of eating roasted mushrooms for every meal. As I moved into the forest, I looked up and saw that there was a particularly bad bout of fire raining down to the south of me. I may have forgot to mention that up until now. The yellow sky is sometimes broken by these intense rains of fire. I don't know what they are, I don't know what they do, but they just come down sometimes. Some days are heavier than others, and some days you never see them at all, but they scared me enough on the first day that I always look out for them now. They haven't affected me, and none of them have fallen to earth close enough that I can get a look at them, but I still keep my head on a swivel, just in case they're dangerous. The one today was close enough that I thought I might be able to see shapes in them. I'd expected to see rocks or chunks of ice or something, but whatever was inside of them looked like splayed out starfish. Worse still, they looked a little bit like people, with their arms and legs extended out as far as they could go. I tried to ignore it as I went deeper into the mushroom forest. I've been mostly seeing lush forest growth in the places I've come from, but I was encountering some stumps here which led me to believe someone besides me might be cutting them down. That could mean that there were other people out here, but it could just as easily mean that there were creatures out here that also harvested the fungus. I didn't really want to run up on any natives, friendly or not. I had yet to meet anything out here that hadn't tried to take a chomp out of me, other than Kenneth, I suppose. I'd say Kenneth's chomping days were far behind him when I found him. I kept my makeshift weapon at a ready, and my head on a swivel as I followed the feeling in my gut. I had only had it for the day, but I think I had become accustomed to using it like a compass already. It just seemed the right thing to do, and as the sun began to set and I started making camp, I realized it wasn't going to go away just because I stopped for the night. Eating didn't seem to affect it, drinking either, and as I lay down to go to sleep, I wished it would take a break until morning. Laying there and trying to sleep was like having a pot full of eels in my stomach. They kept wriggling and pushing, trying to get me to move on, but I knew well enough that traveling at night was a death sentence. Every time when the lights went out in the store was when the miasma came out. Likewise, when it was dark out here, you could hear big things moving around, and it was best to hunker down and try not to be noticed. As I moved on the next day, the pulling of whatever it was in my stomach became even worse. It was less like a nudge and more like an invisible hand yanking at my intestines. The direction was even more direct now, and it was undeniable that I was being pulled towards a large mountain on the other side of the grove. It was impossible not to notice. The thing was gigantic, with its spires poking up into the sky. The closer I got, the more of those fiery comets I could see smashing into the side of the gargantuan mountain. I really hoped I wasn't going to be expected to climb it. The idea of climbing something that big with no ropes or gear was daunting, and I thought I might rather just let one of the miasmas grab me tonight than try to scale that thing. That night, as I lay beneath the large red mushroom cap that I'd been using as a tent, one of them almost got its chance. My fire was burning low, the flames greasy as they sent runners of pale smoke up. I was just starting to doze off when I heard something big shake the ground as it walked. I threw the mushroom cap over the top of the fire, hoping it would snuff it out, and then hunkered beneath it as I tried to remain unnoticed. When I peeked out from beneath the cap, I felt the vibrations of the massive creature as it came stomping blindly through the mushroom forest. I couldn't see it was too dark, but I could guess what it was. Miasma were the largest creatures I'd ever seen, and the fact that they only came out after dark seemed to seal the idea that this was one of them. They got closer and closer, leaving me shivering beneath my makeshift cover. I knew that if it brought the foot down, I'd be pulverized underneath this thing, and I prayed that it might divert its path or miss me entirely. It brought one massive foot down on the remains of my campfire before wandering off into the forest. I looked up in time to see a massive black silhouette as it was put in profile by the strange half-moon that seemed to constantly reside over this place. It never looked down, and if my fire had been hot or bothered it, it never showed any sign. It simply kept going, knocking the tops of the mushroom trees as it went, and leaving me glad that I had been unnoticed. I wouldn't sleep for the rest of that night, and when I got up in the morning, the pulling in my guts was more intense. That day was agony. It was like something was twisting my insides as it tried to get me to move faster. The pulling was insistent and needful, and it seemed like it was telling me to hurry up with every cramping grip. Where were we going? Why did we suddenly need to go there so quickly? I would get no answer for the rest of the day, and as the sun set, I figured I wouldn't get any until the next day either. Just about sunset, though, we came out of the mushroom woods and into a small clearing at the base of the mountain. The mountain was huge, as I'd said, and at the bottom there was a large cave that yawned like an open mouth. The teeth inside looked less than friendly, and the whole thing looked like a trap for the foolish. The squirming in my guts was clearly trying to get me into there, but as I took a step towards it, something yowled like an injured creature deep within the forest behind me. I turned around and saw the top of a miasma, probably the same one I had seen last night. It had spotted me from over the top of the mushroom groves, and as I made a sprint for the cave, I wondered if I would make it before it cleared the woods. Its footsteps shook the earth, and it yowled as it sent chills up my spine. With every step I took, I felt sure I would make it there before it could get me. The cave was less than 50 feet away when I had exited the woods, but the creature was eating up ground with such haste that it became a full-fledged foot race to see who could get to the cave first. It was the most harrowing experience of my life, but since you're reading this, you can guess which one of us got there first. It was a near thing, too, and I had no sooner passed under the teeth of that great mouth than the creature hit the outside of the cavern and sent a cascade of falling rocks that would have crushed me if I'd been a little slower. I could hear it outside, yelling and screaming as it tried to get the rocks out of the way for its dinner, but it had done its job too well. I was safe, but my escape was less than ideal. I had escaped the monster, but now I was trapped inside the cave. Strangely, the writhing in my guts seemed to be pulling me deeper into the cave. I took this as a good sign and followed it in. The cave was old and smooth, the walls looking like they might have been worked with tools. There were collections of fungi growing here, and thankfully they were phosphorescent. They provided enough light to see by, and as I made my way in, I felt a strange kind of harmony inside me as I got closer to whatever the squirming feeling had been trying to take me to. When I saw the end of the cave coming into view, it wasn't a huge surprise. It was just like the others, a blank wall that appeared to be solid rock, but as I rubbed a piece of my grubby t-shirt over it, I could see that it was really just filthy glass. There was a Dollar General on the other side of the glass, and as I watched, I saw somebody. I was almost too shocked to call out to them. This had only happened the other time, and both times had been wildly different. The person I was looking at appeared to be a woman, and she looked a little too well put together to be as crazy as the hermit had been. Strangely enough, her uniform reminded me of Gale. It was the older style the stores had used back in the 90s, and she looked put together for a shift in the early 2000s. As she moved off towards the restroom, I realized I was about to miss my opportunity altogether. She jumped when I banged on the glass, and as I called out and asked her for help, she seemed very hesitant to approach. She had dropped the cans of food that she had been looking at and was coming up to the door as if expecting it to pop open and eat her. She squinted at me, and I wondered how long it had been since she'd seen another person. "You okay, kid?" I told her I was as good as I could be, but I was stuck behind the door and needed help getting in. "I don't know how to help you. I've only ever seen those doors open once, and I can't really say how well it worked for that guy, since, he never came back and all." I told her it was my first time out here too, and she had opened her mouth to ask a question when my eyes suddenly swam open in horror. When the creature hit me, its claws shredded my back like steak knives. I thought for sure that I was dead when I hit the floor. It was another one of those nightmare cats I had seen earlier, though this one looked smaller than the one that had attacked me before. Whether it was a pup or a cub or whatever it was, it would easily be able to finish me off. I was tired from my run, exhausted from my lack of sleep, and I could no more fight it off with my bare hands than I could have a grizzly bear. I expected that this would be where I would die, but at least I had seen someone else before the end. I had wanted it to be Gale, but I suppose beggars couldn't be choosers. The beast yowled savagely, opening its mouth to reveal a bunch of very sharp, very shiny teeth, and I closed my eyes as I prepared for the end. That's when the door suddenly opened, and the creature looked up just in time to get a faceful of a wrench. The woman grabbed me under the arm and dragged me back into the Dollar General beyond, and my foot had barely cleared the sliding doors when they snapped shut again with amputative force. I looked at her in confusion, seeing her upside down as I tilted my head, and I thanked her profusely as I had probably gotten blood all over her. "Well, I couldn't just let you die, could I? You're the first person I've seen in quite a while, and I think company is just what I could use right now." "I can understand that," I said with a laugh. I extended my hand, introducing myself as I tried not to pass out from the painful wound on my back. Apparently coming into the front door did not have the same effect as going into the bathroom, and that's why I had to get her to repeat her name when she told me who she was. I thought for sure that I might be hallucinating, or maybe dreaming, but it appeared this place likes to throw one curveball after another. "I'm Celine," she said, a little more slowly. "Now, let's get you through that bathroom door over there. I know this is going to come as a bit of a shock, but it will take you to a different Dollar General store and sort of put you back to the way you were before. This may be hard to swallow until you see it for yourself, but you're trapped in an infinite loop of Dollar General stores. I laughed, leaning against her as I threatened to pass out. You know, Celine, it's really not that hard to believe at all. Turns out I was in for more than one surprise when I made it back into the Dollar General beyond. Celine took me from the store where we had met to another store that I supposed would have been her staging area. It was not a store that I had been to before, and it almost seems like these pocket stores are cut off from the beaten path somehow. It made me question why I had never run into Gale's store before he took me there. Why had I never run into another person before the hermit? These things made me wonder how many people there were tucked away in here, and how many Dollar Generals were outside of my path and would never be encountered until I realized they existed at all. As expected, the damage to my clothes and my body was fixed, but it was something beyond that too. I suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to use the bathroom, and my stomach felt full in a way that it hadn't since I had left. I had never really stopped to think about it before, but since I've been swapping stores so often, I was never hungry when I came to a new store. I'd eaten an hour before leaving work on the night I had stepped into the bathroom. What if it was more than just my clothes and my health that were regenerated? What if each new step set me back the way I was the second that I stepped through? It was definitely something I would have to think about later, but the idea was put out of my mind a moment later as a cold nose hit me in the hand. I reached down without thinking about it, scratching the fluffy fella on the head, and that's when I realized Celine wasn't the only lost soul that I had stumbled upon. The panting border collie was black and white, with a big brown spot on his chest. He must be the dog from the posters in the break room, the one that somebody was looking for, the one that Celine had talked about in her journal, the one that had traveled the multiple stores as readily as I had. The dog seemed happy to see a new face, and as it woofed and danced around happily, I was glad for the comfort that came from petting a dog again. It was strange what you miss while you were traversing the infinite sphere of Dollar Generals, and this was certainly one of those things. "Give him a minute to breathe, buddy," Celine said as she good-naturedly pushed the dog back a little. "Sorry about that. He doesn't meet many new people." "It's okay," I responded. "I haven't seen many new people myself lately, especially of the four-legged variety." She invited me to sit by her makeshift fire, which turned out to be a gas burner with some cooking equipment on top of it, and as Buddy put his head in my lap, she seemed to dissect me with her eyes. "This isn't your first time traveling, is it?" "Not even close," I told her. "I didn't think it was. You don't seem particularly freaked out by the fact that your wound's healed or that you're inside a Dollar General store. How long have you been traveling?" "I don't know," I answered honestly. "I got here less than a year ago, I think, and after a while I just started moving through the stores. It's been a wild ride, but I've seen some pretty outrageous things while I've been trying to figure out how to get out of here." Celine put some stew in a pot over the fire, flipping the burner on as she stirred it. "I'm not convinced there is a way out. I've seen people go out the front door, and I've seen people go into the ceiling, but I've never heard of anybody making it to the end of the loop. At least, they never come back to talk about it if they did." "Yeah, I know. I read your journal, and that made it pretty clear that..." Celine looked up, the dripping wooden spoon in her hand looking more like a weapon than a utensil, and I was worried for a minute that she might attack me. "You read my journal. How exactly do you know that it's my journal?" As if in answer, I reached into my bag and pulled out her battered old journal, opening it to the place where her name tag was. "I feel pretty certain that there's probably only one Celine trapped inside of here. I found this on an old guy in a derelict store just before Gale and I were forced to kill him. I got the feeling you hadn't just handed it to him, so I figured I'd hang on to it. I felt pretty confident I'd run into you at some point or another, or you would run into my corpse at some point or another." Celine looked like she wanted to reach out and take the journal, but she seemed unable with her hands shaking the way that they were. "You met Gale?" "Yeah, we were traveling together until he decided to go into the ceiling." Celine looked gobsmacked. Why would he do that? I think he felt guilty about killing the old hermit. He seemed to be taking it pretty hard before he left for good, and now I'm wondering if I'll ever see him again. Celine poked at the food and seemed to think about what she was going to say next. Buddy whined, poking his nose against my hand as if trying to draw my attention away from Celine. He was an intuitive creature, Buddy, and it likely came from being with Celine for so long. He wanted to give her a chance to mull over the myriad of feelings she likely had banging around in there. I already suspected that she had some connection to the hermit, as well as Gale, and I couldn't imagine how she was feeling now that she knew that they were likely both dead. "I wouldn't count on it," she finally said. "Nothing ever comes out of the ceiling, except the miasma. I've never seen anything else come out of it, at least." She took the journal, setting it beside her chair as she stirred the soup. "Of course, I've never seen anybody come out of the outside either, so my information might not be as reliable as I thought." She ladled some of the stew into a bowl and handed it to me, picking up a second and spooning some up for herself. "So what happens now?" I asked, taking a hesitant bite of the hot slop. "Now, we eat some dinner. Soup is definitely the kind you want to eat hot, so you... No, I mean, like in general. What do we do now?" Celine laughed. "I haven't got a clue, kid. Like I said, no one's ever come out of the outside before. Just like they've never come out of the ceiling before. You're a first for me." I laughed a little, her candor breaking the tension as she proceeded from there. "That first night, we mostly made small talk and ate stew. It was pretty clear that Celine hadn't had anyone to talk to but Buddy for quite some time. She seemed almost shy around me, like she thought if she spoke her mind, I might disappear. It made our conversation stilted at first, but not for very long. Being stuck outside for a couple of weeks, coupled with the almost magical way I had just healed the damage to my back, meant that after I had a belly full of soup and a warm place to crash, I fell asleep in pretty short order. One minute I was drinking soup and laughing at something she was saying, and the next minute I was waking up with Buddy snuggled up against me and an empty chair across from me. I was worried that I'd been abandoned again, but it didn't last long. I heard a noise and looked up to see her securing something against the bathroom door. Celine looked up and noticed I was awake. She had been out getting supplies, and she had several plastic bags full of soup meat and other amenities. Buddy, who had been asleep, wiggled around to look at her and barked as he got up and danced around his mistress. Celine smiled, reaching into the bag and tossing him a begging strip from its depths. Buddy took it to the dog bed that sat beside our sitting area and began crunching on it viciously. "Sorry," she said, clearly seeing something on my face. "I should have left a note or something. It's been a while since I had anyone here but myself and Buddy, and leaving communications on when I'll be back isn't something I'm used to doing." I told her it was fine, and I went to go help her with the bags as she restocked her coolers. It appeared, like Gale, that she believed in keeping a stocked larder for whatever might come, and she would get no complaints out of me in that regard. Buddy panted happily as he tried his best to help, and we ended up scratching his head as the two of us finished up and moved back to the cook stove. "So, where did you find him?" I asked, scratching the dog as he leaned in for pets. "I found him again a few months ago when I was traveling. You read my journal, so you know I've been pretty far into the store. Buddy here was lying in a store that looked like a meadow, and I was afraid he was dead at first. He was so still that when he lifted his head and whined at me, it startled me. He was hungry, and I doubted he had eaten anything for a while. I fed him, and after some coaxing, he let me pick him up and came back here with me. He's a good fella, but I've had to go looking for him more than once since I brought him back here to my base camp. I finally started propping the bathroom door closed, but after the last time, when he found himself in the cave store, I don't think he's in a big hurry to leave again. I nodded, realizing I was in the presence of two talented explorers. Something I wondered about when I found it was, how did the hermit get your journal? I asked, accepting another bowl of stew from my hostess. Did he steal it? Celine looked into the butane flames for a long moment before answering, and she looked a little sad. No, Jasper didn't need to steal it. I was taking care of him until very recently, helping him get his mind right so he could come back here, or so I thought. Were you the one who taught him how to travel? I asked, hoping it didn't sound accusatory. I did, she said, taking a bite of soup. But when I found him, he was in no shape to travel at all. He'd been stuck in that store for a while, his mental health deteriorating as his mind eroded. I found the pill bottle while exploring his filthy little home, and I guessed that being back on his medication might help him get his mind right. So I went to a store I knew of and found a refill of his prescription. He didn't want to take them at first. He didn't trust me and thought I was trying to poison him, but as I brought him food and supplies, he began to figure out that I wanted to help him. Eventually, I convinced him that the pills would make him feel better, and he took them. He became more like his old self. We talked, and he told me about his grandson, what he could remember at least, and asked me to help him look for him. His mind was still a mess, and he wouldn't go near the bathroom for anything. He was scared, terrified by what he had seen at the end of his travels, and asked me if I'd search for Jacob and bring him back. I'm guessing you didn't find him. No, and I've spent quite a while looking. I never found a trace of him anywhere. It's like the poor kid just evaporated, or maybe got taken by the miasma. Hell, maybe he went outside for all I know, but I came back after some time, and Jasper was completely gone. The pills weren't helping anymore, and the traveling wasn't helping anymore, and when I came back with a stronger dose of his medication, he attacked me. I lost my bag in the scuffle, but I considered it an even trade for making it away. I never went back, never went to check on him again. I avoided his store at all costs. That was about the time I decided to change the subject, and we spent the rest of the evening talking about the different stores we'd been to. Celine had been keeping a journal as well, about the different types of Dollar General stores, and she was fascinated by all the ones I had seen. She had seen many of the same stores, but some were a mystery to her. She looked over my journal, making some notes in a small pad she kept, and I did the same with hers, making notes on the later stores. I still believed that these would be the stores I would encounter before I made it out, and I wanted to be prepared. "This is extremely well done," she said after a while. "You got a real talent for this." "Thanks," I said, glad to have found someone who appreciated my work. "It's not as extensive as yours, though. I'd love to see some of the other stores you talk about." "You will," she said eventually. "Everyone sees them eventually. You can only stay in this place for a certain amount of time before you feel like you have to travel, to move, and sometimes I wonder if that's what made Jasper so crazy. Maybe he let his fear keep him in that store for too long, and it drove him even madder than he already was." I had no clue, but as Buddy snored happily against my leg, I felt a yawn creep up my throat as my own exhaustion threatened to take me again. Celine smiled. "Get some sleep, kid. There'll be plenty of time for studying and talking and a lot of other things tomorrow. You're safe now. You made it out of the outside, and that's something I don't think anyone else has ever managed to do." I drifted off not long after that, but my dreams were far from placid. That was the night I dreamed about Gale, and it was a dream that would ultimately pull me into a place more dangerous than the outside. It's been about 5 sleeps since the first dream I had about Gale. The dreams are almost always the same, but I don't know what to make of them. I'm always wandering through a shadowy landscape, searching for something as I walk endlessly. Saying it was shadowy might not do it justice, but the way it was set up is harder to explain. It was as if the place was a negative copy of the world, everything standing out in harsh white lines against the black backdrop. It's a lame explanation, but it's the best I can do. Anyway, I just kept walking forward, staggering a little because I was tired or hurt, when I suddenly came across someone and all that strangeness. They were floating a few feet off the ground, their mouth and eyes open as they groan in pain. When I looked at him, I could see it was Gale, and he looked like he was hoping for that great pain to end. He mouthed out words I couldn't make out before everything went white and I woke up. Buddy would always come awake at the same time, almost like we'd been having the same dream, and look at me with confusion. I would try going back to sleep, but I just couldn't. I couldn't get that image out of my head. It felt like Gale was reaching out from wherever he was, and as I lay there thinking about it, I knew it had to mean something. Celine had no real advice to speak of, though. Like I said, no one's ever gone into the ceiling and come back out again, at least as far as I know. Maybe he's alive up there. Maybe he's not. Either way, seems like a bad idea to go up there. I tried to put it out of my mind, but after being woken up the second night in a row by the exact same dream, I just couldn't shake the image. I hadn't had a lot of dreams since coming here, maybe a side effect of being stuck in this place, and these didn't feel like a couple of dreams I could remember having. They were extremely vivid and unlike anything I'd ever seen before, and I caught myself looking at the ceiling more than once that day. I wished I had some information about what was up there, but not even Gale had been in the ceiling before. Well, not until recently. But I wasn't the only one interested in the ceiling. Tired as I was, it was still hard not to notice Buddy was looking at the ceiling too. He had his head cocked to the side like he was listening to something, and I wondered what he was hearing over the drone of the fluorescence. Could he hear the miasma up there? Could he hear someone screaming quietly into the blackness of the ceiling? I didn't know, but I think that was the first time I thought about what could be up there, besides all that darkness. I thought about it a lot that day, and I must have carried it with me into sleep that night. I was in the negative place again, and I let my feet guide me to where Gale had been the night before. It wasn't hard now. I'd gone there a few times, after all, and I found him much sooner tonight than I had before. He was still contorted oddly, his body hovering above the floor, but he turned his head as I approached, an action that seemed to bring him great pain. He mouthed at me again in toneless horror. It was hard to tell what he was saying, but it looked like he wanted me to help him. Save me, or get me, was definitely the gist of it, though that was just a guess. His eyes turned to look at me as he mouthed, getting big as he spied something, and I turned just as a swirling mound of darkness roared loud enough to shake my soul. Buddy was barking when I came awake this time, and Celine was yelling for him to quiet down. It was hard to ignore the ceiling after that night, and as Celine and I traveled around getting supplies, I found myself looking at it in the different stores. Were they all like mine? Some of them didn't have ceilings like ours, but I was sure there existed a darkness in each of them. Who could say how you got into them, but they had to be there. It was a constant of each store, after all. The doors didn't open until they did. The ceiling was full of darkness. The food never spoiled. The bathroom always led forward. Constants. Maybe. Who could say? The third dream was much the same, though it was the first time I noticed that something was happening to Gale. I found him much sooner this time, my feet knowing the way. He was still floating there, in that constant state of torment, but pieces of him seemed to be floating up. It was easier to tell in the photo-negative environment. They looked a little like snowflakes, and if he noticed, it was hard to tell. He seemed to be in a constant state of terror, though, so who's to say? As he looked at me, he again began to mouth something. It looked like he was asking me to come and get him, but the grimace in between words made it difficult to tell. Gale was clearly in distress, but whether it was the space or him, I couldn't hear anything he was saying. When I woke up the next day, I think I had already decided that I was going up there to get him. I knew it was a death wish, but I couldn't just sit here while whatever it was tormented him. Gale was important to me, and seeing him like that hurt me. It could be a way to lure me into the ceiling as well, but I didn't care. I was stuck here either way, so I might as well do something. Celine was instantly against it. You already went outside and came back. Are you in that big a hurry to tempt fate? But if I go up there and get him before it's all over, maybe he could help us find the end. There is no end, kid. It's an endless loop of Dollar General stores. We aren't meant to escape. We're just meant to keep moving, keep living until whatever controls this place gets tired of us. Buddy whined a little, looking at Celine as if pleading her not to yell. We were sitting around having dinner when I brought it up, and though the conversation had started out mild, it had become a little heated as it went on. She scratched Buddy behind the ears and seemed to find some of her lost cool. It's just a dream, kid. Don't think too much about it. Trust me, it'll just drive you crazy. I didn't push it, but I knew it was more than just a dream. Something about this place was special, and it seemed that I had some kind of affinity for it. It had opened the doors for me. It had spared me when I knew so little about it. It had allowed me to find Gale, something that didn't often seem to happen, and it felt like it had thrown me a bone when I met Celine, too. Now, it seemed to be pushing me towards the ceiling, and I couldn't ignore that. After 2 more nights, however, I was ready to go regardless. Each dream showed Gale in a worse state. He seemed to be turning into sand, his body dissolving a little at a time. The longer I came back into that void, the less I expected to find of him the next night. I can't claim that Gale and I were family or anything. I had honestly known him for a short time, but it was still painful to see him like that. Gale was the first real friend I'd had since coming here. He'd taught me how to travel with purpose, and we'd spent some time together. In contrast, Celine was methodical and not particularly interested in the secrets of this place. Not like Gale had been. She was content to survive, and that seemed to be what she intended to do with whatever immortality she had here. I, however, wanted a bit more than that. The last dream was the worst, and ultimately what drove me to action. When I found him, he was bobbing like a yo-yo, up and down and up and down. It looked like he was having a mid-air fit, and the lighted spaces were fading from him like snow. He wasn't mouthing anything when he looked at me this time. His mouth was open in a scream, and he was shaking as he loosed his silent fear and pain. It was terrible, like watching someone hang, and when I heard the tromp of heavy feet, I opened my eyes and sat up panting for breath. Buddy was awake too, but he just watched me as he lay shivering on the ground. He knew. I could tell that he knew, and I knew then what I had to do. Celine woke up to find me packing a backpack. "Where are you going?" she asked, though I think she already knew the answer. "I'm heading into the ceiling." I wanted to be mad when she grabbed the backpack, but she was so gentle about it that it was hard to be angry. Let's talk about this before you... Celine, there's nothing to talk about. If there's a chance I can save Gale from the ceiling, then I'm going up there. But we don't even know what's up there. Besides the miasma, it could be a trap, kid. It could be death. No one comes back from the ceiling, she said, shaking her head as she tried to take the backpack from me. I held fast, not willing to give it up that easily. I've had dreams about it. It's possible to live up there, at least for a while. I want to bring him back. I want to have him here so he can help us find the end of all this. I've already told you, she said through gritted teeth. There is no end to this. This place, it just goes on and on and on. It won't matter if we have Gale or not. None of us are leaving. I tried to formulate something that wouldn't sound crazy, but all I had was a last-ditch effort. The hermit, Jasper, he wrote that he had seen it. Celine stiffened, the thought of the hermit filling her with a mixture of shame and apprehension. Jasper wasn't well. You saw that firsthand. If Jasper told you that he saw it, it was when he was still okay. Well, kind of okay. He came to a spot where he was afraid to go. A spot where the miasma were plentiful. And that's where he believed there might be some way to escape. She wanted to dispute me, but when I put the journal in her hands, she realized she could read it for herself. Hopefully, I won't be gone long. I want to tie a lead back to here so I can backtrack after I find him. Tie it to the ladder so I don't get lost while I'm up there. With any luck, I can come back with Gale and Rudy and anyone else I find up there. Celine seemed to think about it for a minute before sighing and shrugging. I guess there's no way I can really stop you. Not really, I said, heading for the ladder. All I ask is that you keep the hole open and don't unhook my rope. I can do that, she said. With you up there, the miasma probably won't. But she stopped when she noticed Buddy. Buddy had come trotting up with a harness and a leash in his mouth. He was looking at me as if to ask when we were heading out, and the look on Celine's face was heartbreaking. I patted Buddy's head, telling him that he had to stay here and keep Celine company, but he just kept jumping up and putting his paws on my chest, as if to say that he had to go with me. I turned to Celine, but she just shrugged and put the harness on, tears rolling down her face a little as she got him ready. You find Gale, Buddy. Find him and bring both of them back. And you, she said, looking at me with a look that brooked no argument, you bring my dog back, safe and sound. You hear me? I took a few minutes to write this out before I left. Buddy getting some last-minute pets before we head out. If I don't come back, then I guess the ceiling really was the final frontier. Hopefully I see you all a little bit later.